All right. Good evening and welcome commissioners, applicants, and interested parties to the January 9th, 2025 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. My name is Valerio Romano. I'm the chair of the commission and will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act, Chapter 260 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing wetlands protection, and Chapter 263 of the Cohasset Bylaws governing stormwater management. The Conservation Commission meeting is now in session. It's being held on Zoom. If you have any questions for the commission, type them in the Q&A section of the Zoom application. Please include your name and address to be recognized. When called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission is the town's conservation agent, Charlotte Pechtel. I will now take a roll call of the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Commissioner Tom Bell.
Tom Bell, aye. Present, sorry.
Aye, fine too. Steve Magnell. Steve, I know I saw you. I think you're muted, Steve.
It keeps going to mute for some reason.
I can hear you now.
Present.
Great. Kathy Berrigan. Oh, Kathy's not here yet, but she will be. Sanji Fernando.
Present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
And Valerio Romano, present. And we'll get Kathy in when she shows up. So tonight we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 commissioners with a 6th to join. The first matter of business is the approval of previous minutes. First, we have the approval of the October 3rd, 2024 minutes. Do I have a motion for those minutes? I can move to approve the minutes for October 3rd, 2024. Is there any discussion?
Second.
Second, okay. Voice votes in favor are sufficient. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, that motion passes. Next, we have the approval of the October 17th, 2024 minutes. Do I have a motion on those?
I move to accept the October 17th, 2024 minutes.
Any second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Next, I'd like to let the public know that we're continuing an enforcement order for riverfront and buffer zone landscaping at 30 Black Horse Lane to January 23rd, 2025. So if anybody's here for that, please come back on the 23rd, and hopefully we'll be hearing that then. Next, we have our first public hearing. In accordance with MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will open its public hearing being held via remote participation on Zoom for Notice of Intent 2501, our first one of the year, to construct a pier, gangway, and float at 94 Black Horse Lane, submitted by KD Custom Builders. The public has been invited to offer input by emailing cpechtel@cohassetma.gov. Details for access to the Zoom platform are on the Conservation Commission agenda online at www.cohassetma.org in the hearing meeting notices section. This hearing is now open. So just briefly, I realize that there are various abutters interested in this project. The ZBA has also recently heard this project and wishes to supply the commission with further information, which I believe it's going to do at the beginning of February. The DEP has just today provided information to the commission, which I believe will be relevant, and I don't think the commissioners have had an opportunity to review that yet as well. While we are opening the public hearing tonight at the applicant's request, to me it makes sense to continue this hearing until our second hearing in February to allow for a complete file and the opportunity for the commission to review it. Charlotte, do you have any input or comments on that approach?
So I think we have Carmen here as the engineer, and I think she talked about it with the applicant, so she might have some updates for us on that. But Carmen, would you be able to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Of course. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes, Carmen.
Hi, how are you? It's good to Good to see you after a long while. My name is Carmen Hudson of Campus Hudson Engineering. I represent Katie Custom Builders, and actually Nino DiNuno of Katie Custom Builders should
There he
be
is.
present.
Hi, Nino.
Okay. Excellent, thank you. So yes, we actually have received the DEP number with no comments. That was last week. Today, we received a letter of recommendations from the Division of Marine Fisheries. And we are also aware of the letter from CBA that might be coming, hopefully before, much before the hearing on February 9th of the Conservation Commission. But what we were hoping for is, since we have to open the meeting tonight, to at least introduce the project to you and see if you have any comments that we could address for the next hearing. Does that sound like a good idea to everyone?
I mean, I don't have an objection to that. I just, we've, over the course of the last couple of years since I've been on the commission, we have, spent a significant amount of time sort of repeating information for various commissioners and members of the public and whatnot. And so I'm actually a big supporter of sort of previewing projects for boards and commissions that I'm in front of in my regular legal practice. So I get it. I just don't, I want to make sure that we're mindful of, if we're going to say something tonight, that everybody who needs to hear it is going to hear it. And we don't have to just sort of repeat all the introductory stuff and, go back and forth a lot next time. But I don't know what the rest of the commissioners think, but I'm certainly absolutely willing to hear sort of, initial intro, but I don't want to spend a lot of time knowing that we still have some more info that we're all going to want to review before the next hearing. Although we can, it's just to, efficiency's sake for everybody. Particularly given the fact that the zoning board may have some information for us and we just don't know when we're going to get it. So, yep.
So also, just to give you some background as well, we had our first ZBA hearing in September. We received the ZBA approval. It was the first Tuesday in November. So I'm a little surprised that we're here in January and we're just, hearing about a letter maybe being submitted in February to you. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, we do have this hearing. I just would like to take at least a brief moment to introduce the doc.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so
Please
let
do.
me,
I'm not opposed to it. And like I said, I support that approach. I just don't want to waste everybody's time. But yeah, go ahead. Unless another commissioner wants to raise their hand and request us to continue the whole thing, please introduce the project, Carmen.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is what we're proposing to do. This is the home at 94 Black Horse Lane. This is lot 1 of the subdivision. The entire lot has been previously developed. This is a backyard that consists of lawn, and there is a stone wall that divides the lawn pretty much from the salt marsh. This is the salt marsh line right here. So the purpose of this pier is to access the Gulf River. It has a total length of 241 feet. There's a 24-foot ramp and a 12 by 20 float. The minimum requirement from any portion of the pier to the side property boundaries per Chapter 91 and Army Corps is 25 feet. We're providing 29.2 feet at minimum to the float in this case. Also, what the Division of Marine Fisheries, DEP, like to see through the Chapter 91 licensing is 1.5 to 1 ratio of height from that's the separation from the salt marsh to the bottom of the stringers, and we're providing that. And we're sloping down the pier towards the end that is going to be over the tidal flats. That is really the bottom line as far as what we're proposing to do. Are there, and maybe I should share with you some of the, I'm sorry, let me just go back here. Let me just stop sharing this for a second. I don't know if anybody has a question on that. I was going to share some aerials with you.
Oh, I had a question. The
Yes.
float, how will it be stored over the winter?
So likely it will be either on the lawn or it will be floated out to a location off-site.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out how that works because like we're like I'm not a great navigator of the seas, but I think you'd have to go through or under that bridge or
Yes.
to get back through the lawn when you have to cross the marsh and create
It would have to be done during high tide if it is, floated to and then, raised to the lawn. And if it's floated to the bridge, then it, obviously it has to be also at high tide for it to be floating.
Is
But,
that even
you know,
possible?
I'm
Like for that
sorry.
for that size float, can you get it under the bridge safely and navigate that?
It's only 12 feet in width, so that should be fine. But Nino, have you considered anything as far as storage?
I haven't thought about where to store it, but you're right, the high tide, when it comes in, it does come right up to that stone wall, which would be a good opportunity to, set something up to pull it up over the wall and onto the lawn.
We don't have a dog builder just yet, so we would, normally the dog builders also would have a storage space within their businesses. Many of them do. Sometimes the marinas also could have, the floats could be floated to a marina and you just call a marina to take care of that. But in this case, we don't have a dog builder, but probably we would consult with the dog builder first to see if, it might make sense to just do store it in their facilities.
I do know that other people on that side of the Gulf, are able to get them under the bridge and stored elsewhere. So we would come up with a similar plan.
Got it.
So as you can see in the aerial here on the map, and I don't know if you can see the plan. And actually, so this is Supper Island. There's a channel here between Supper Island and 90 Black Horse Lane. 90 Black Horse Lane is the property that is north of 94 Black
I'm
Horse Lane.
sorry, we can't see your plan.
Oh, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
think you're sharing.
Oh, that is not very nice. Let me check that. Okay, can you see this plan now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So here's the locust site. This is 90 Black Horse Lane. There is a channel right here. And Supper Island is in this area right here. So you have received a letter from, actually 3 letters so far, from the Gulf River Association. And that's their concern, the channel. And we already have provided a response to the letters that we received, prior to yesterday. So I don't know if you have any questions for us regarding that, or any questions for us regarding anything else that you might find to be concerning.
I mean, for me, I guess to flag the issues, but like I said, I kind of wanted to hear from, and I know I appreciate the frustration. You were first in front of them in September and then November, and the other board doesn't have all the, I mean, I totally get it. I don't know what I can do to fix it, unfortunately, but I totally understand the frustration, and particularly, when we're looking to have this kind of thing constructed, in the winter months, and now we're running out of time here to get that done this year, and if that's your goal, I don't know exactly, the best way to handle it. The issues that I have, that just to flag them without trying to resolve them necessarily tonight would, and I'll obviously bring in the rest of the commission too, would be sort of the length of it. It seems like it's, as the other, letters talk about the length, the width of the pier, at 4 feet versus, 6 feet, and then also, what are we talking about for, and I'm just, and please, maybe I misread some of this, so please interrupt me if that's not what the proposal is. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Carmen.
Yes, so I'm so sorry. Yeah, so the entire pier is going to be 4 feet in width. And that the height, that is the distance between.
It's 6 feet.
Exactly. So
Okay.
the pier is your normal.
Okay,
you know,
good. Okay,
standard
sorry, I
practice
misunderstood.
4 foot. Yes, so yes, that's the height. There is a section over here that is going to be, you see there's a 2-foot bump out right here. So this section is, this 8 feet section is going to be 2 feet
There it
wider,
is.
and it's going to be 6 feet instead of 4. But then for the
Okay.
remaining, 233 feet is going to be 4 feet in width.
Okay.
Okay.
And so, yeah, okay, so that's good. Thank you. I must have just misheard, and I see where it says 4 feet right there. So I just misheard that. I apologize. So, the length of it, then sort of the construction methodology, with a pier that long over the wetlands, I guess we probably want to, dig a little bit more into that. And then, let's see what the other commissioners might have for thoughts or concerns. Commissioner Bell, do you have anything?
Nothing really specific. I just would question the ability to store it on the lawn here. I don't think you'd have to have a king tide to be able to do that at best. So you really do have to plan that you're going to have it hauled out at Parker Street and stored off-site someplace.
And then let me interrupt for a second. Commissioner Berrigan, are you here? Can you just announce yourself as present?
Yes, Kathy Berrigan present.
Thank you so much.
Sorry
about that. Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Bell. Let's see, Commissioner Fernando.
I'd echo the same, like maybe when we look at this again, if you could confirm the plan for storage and removal, and as Commissioner Bell explained, it seems like it'd be very difficult to safely extract it to the lawn without a very, very high tide. It sounds like, maybe we're wrong, but if you could just share your plan for that, that would be helpful, I think.
Thank you. We will.
Commissioner Berrigan, do you have any other, we're trying to flag questions. I know you missed just the very first minute, but we're basically trying to flag questions or issues that may come up, because I think we all expect to have a continuance, because we are waiting for some information from the zoning board on this project. But to help out the applicant, we sort of want to, see if we can get all the issues out in front of them right tonight. And so that next time, hopefully we can either resolve them. So do you have anything, Kathy?
Well, I reviewed the plan today, and all I would say is that I read somewhere in the plan that there was not a problem getting the boats out and stored on the water, stored on the land. That it wasn't, that they do it all the time. So it might have been from the Goldrick's letter. I'm not sure.
And that's not, for me, that's the least of my concerns with this project, given the length of the pier. But that's what I saw too.
I'm sorry if I just may, I don't understand that. I'm sorry, Ms. Berrigan. I don't understand the comment. The boats stored over land.
You're talking about getting the boats under the pier, right? And moving them out of the water onto the land. If it was because of the direction of the flow of the waterway, isn't that what you're talking about?
I think you mean the floats, Kathy.
Floats.
Not the boats.
Are you talking about this float right here?
Where are you pointing to?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's I thought you could see my cursor. Is the here? Let me.
Yeah, the very top, the end float. I think what Commissioner Berrigan was saying was that she realizes that it probably isn't a problem to get the float out, and she saw that in your material. So I think she was actually sort of being supportive of the project with that comment. Is that right, Kathy?
Yes, correct. Yes. Thought they were
boats,
but floats. Okay.
Yep.
So
that would not be a problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
But we will look into also, having it stored somewhere else. So we'll look into everything and have an answer for you for next time.
Great. Commissioner McIntyre?
Yeah, just regarding the pier, typically we like to see input or commentary from the state, to make sure that the design lines up with any of their recommendations. Also, not clear on, to me, if the float is gonna be floating, at all tides, or if it will rest on the bottom, and if so, we look for ways to mitigate impacts to the resource. And also impact to navigation. I don't I'm not sure if there are channel, I don't know if there are channel markers up there, but I don't, is it out that distance for tidal reasons, or what the reasoning is for putting it out that far, and if it's going to interfere. So commentary from the harbor master would also be would also look for that.
Okay.
Thanks, Chris. And then Commissioner Magnell, any issues that we want to flag for the developer?
I don't see any. I assume that it does not get in the way of that channel. More for the current going through there than for the traffic, because it looks like it's just a dredged bit between Supper Island and the mainland. And the float, certainly from the description, it looks like the float is out there, so the mean low water really is in the water where the float is. I didn't see a problem with that.
I'm sorry, if I just may clarify things. So all of this are tidal flats. The channel of the river is over here. So yeah, and the mean low water is way over here as well. It's well over 150 feet away from the float. So this float will be resting on the tidal flats every day. It's at elevation like minus half, 0.5 more or less. So you see this is elevation -1 right here.
So that
this-
means that any boat that's tied up to it will sit on the tidal flat as well,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So as was just pointed out, ordinarily we are looking for some way of reducing the total area that's in contact with the tidal flat. Now, if you've got a 15 or 18-foot boat tied up here, then you've also got an issue with that.
Yes, so what we're offering, which is customary, is to have this separation. These are skids at the bottom of the float.
So
That
what are
is
you going to
we
do about the boat that's tied up next to it?
Oh no, the boat is going to obviously touch
Yeah.
the tidal flats.
Yeah,
Just
I think
like-
that's the problem right there.
Well, that is what happens in Little Harbor and in Little Harbor. So this is, this is something that you see in Cohasset.
I wouldn't be in favor of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Thank
just
you.
because it's been approved in other areas, I mean, we weren't necessarily present for anything like that, so I don't hold to conditions that happen on other piers that I have nothing to do with.
And so Carmen, I think you lost your co-presenter, but I think, yeah, so I mean, this is valuable because we're sort of flagging all the issues. Who have I missed? Did I miss you? I don't think I missed anybody. So based on what you've heard so far, Charlotte, is there anything else that you think we should bring to Carmen's attention regarding the project
Yeah.
before the next hearing?
Yeah, I'll go through some of my comments and Carmen had addressed most of them, but just Carmen, just a quick clarifying question. Did you respond to the letter from Gulf River Association that I received this week? Or I think, because
No.
okay,
Since
so
we
yeah,
only received it yesterday,
yeah,
we're just
yeah.
going to address that.
That's
And
fine.
it varies. If you read it, it points out to one of the issues that was addressed from the previous letters.
Yeah,
So it already has been addressed in the previous letters, but we will submit a written response
okay.
you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I heard you mention that, so I just wanted to make sure that it seems like you do want to prepare a response to that, and then hopefully, when we get the zoning letter, and we had just gotten the Division of Marine Fisheries comments today, so it seems like our commissioners haven't had time to review that yet. But I'll just go through just a couple quick, things. So, in terms of the, the float, as Carmen mentioned, they're gonna, come up with a plan of how to store that off, seasonally. But I do want to note that there is an existing retaining wall at the edge of 94 Black Horse Lane. So I think it seems like offsite storage might be a likely possibility. But if there is a way to logistically, over a high tide or a king tide do that, like, that's fine. I think the commission just wants to see it. And then in terms of the dock construction, these are comments that I will continue to provide for all dock projects, is really the construction of the dock. There's a bunch of best management practices that we have looked at for other projects, but also DMF has also most recently put those in their comments. So in terms of constructing it from the built portions and minimizing foot traffic on the marsh, using mats or boards instead of foot traffic on the marsh to displace the weight, because unfortunately in recent past, due to some concerns from certain DEP personnel, the boards have not been utilized recently. And I have noticed a difference on the site. There was a 200+ foot long dock that was approved 3 years ago on Stanton Road. And the foot traffic through the marsh without the use of the boards evenly displacing the weight was significant. And I would like to see construction methodology that I think the commissioners and everybody can be on the same page with. And then in terms of just, putting in the pilings, there are certain BMPs for that. DMF has listed those, and it seems like that has already been done for other projects. So that would be something that we would expect here, at the slow start to, prepare the fish to run away so that, the pilings don't freak out and hurt anything. And then doing like the vibration hammering instead of, traditional stuff, keeping all the equipment not in the marsh, obviously, refueling, not in the marsh, doing everything upland, away from the sensitive resource areas. A lot of it's definitely common sense, but those are all in DMF's letter that, hopefully the commission can have a little bit more time to review. But those were a lot of my comments, mostly with the dock construction. And the DMF does like maintaining that 1.5 to 1 height width ratio. We've seen that pretty much consistently from CZM, from DEP, from DMF, from, multiple projects. So that's something that should be considered as well. And that's it for now. But I do know that in terms of ZBA, their next meeting is February 4th. I spoke to the assistant town planner, who will try her best to get us the letter as soon as that's available after the 4th. If it's possible to receive a summarized bulleted list, I did ask her about that, just so that the commission and Carmen and her team can have some time to at least prepare what would be in the gist of the letter. So by the time the letter comes around, everyone has, everyone pretty much knows what we're looking for. So hopefully that can assist in the process to not like push the hearing off for too much longer, but also at the same point, give everybody everything they need.
So question, Charlotte. Would they be able to give us an email with the bullets?
I think they said they were open to that. Yeah, I don't know if she said that she would check. She just wanted to make sure that they were comfortable with that. It seemed like that was a possibility, so I'll definitely keep you posted if that's the case. But it would be nice, just so that we know like the main points that they're gonna make, and then we can at least have that in advance while we wait for the letter after the 4th.
So you think we might get that? We might get the. Sorry, Carmen, but Charlotte, we might actually get any ZBA concerns, whether bulleted or in different prose, whatever, even before the next meeting that they have. Just
that's what I'm hoping for. I don't.
That would be great. I don't
100%
care
yes
what
on
format
that.
they're in. I just want to know what they are.
Yeah, it seems like they're open to it. I haven't gotten an exact answer yet, but it sounds like that was, it sounded like that was reasonable, but I just don't have the answer yet if they're going to do it or not.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I think we did have some hands raised in the audience during the presentation. I don't know if they still have questions, but did we want to open it up to the audience, or do we still want to go?
Yeah, I mean, in for a penny, in for a pound. I mean, my hope was just sort of do all this in one night, but I
Yeah.
think it's good that we flag the issues. We might as well, members of the public are here and then they have thoughts. We might as well see, flag their issues too for the developer. So yeah, please let's hear what they have to say.
Okay. So we'll see if anyone's gonna raise their hand or use the Q&A feature at all. But I did see some hands raised during. Hi, George. How you doing?
I'm good, Charlotte.
Good. Can you just state your name and address for the record and then go with your question or question?
George McGoldrick, 107 Border Street, representing the Gulf Association. The letter that Mr. Ames put together that was sent to you guys the other day, it has two major issues. The first issue is the length of the dock. The second is the right to be able to pass underneath the waterway between Supper Island, which we fully understand is not this developer's issue. But the reason we're pointing it out is that this dock at this length will then cause the navigation to not be able to happen if we are successful to get the bridges rebuilt correctly, so that there is passage underneath it, which has been historically the case. Historically, people have been able to go through that waterway between Supper Island and the land. And quite honestly, I can't tell you how many times I've been paddling up the river and I turn around and there's a 20-mile wind at my back. And so cutting through that passageway saves about a half hour of paddling. So it is something that we are working towards getting through the Gulf Association and the other homeowners to put the bridges back to the way that they were. But we are flagging it for you guys because having a 240-foot long pier will prohibit people from able to do that. The second reason for the concern about the length of the pier is there's no benefit to the homeowner to have a pier that goes that far out because he's still in the mudflats. And in fact, it makes more sense to put it closer to the marshland, because wouldn't you rather be paddling out on the water rather than walking on your 240-foot long dock just to get to the same boat? Would you get there in 110 or 150 feet? I mean, I'm thinking about, you walk 240 feet out, you forget your corkscrew, you got to walk 240 feet back to your house. So it makes more sense to just put it at the end. And I'm being a little facetious there, but there's no benefit because it doesn't put it in the channel. It does not put the float in the channel, whether it's just off the marsh, like the most recent projects that you guys have approved on Black Horse Lane and on Border Street. So we just are asking the board to take a look at what has been approved in the past. It makes more sense is just bring the dock to the end of the marsh, let them put the float in the water. They'll have the same access that they have, whether it's another 100 feet out, but it'll maintain access to the waterway, and it'll be the bird sanctuary will have more room to be there as opposed to having this long dock into the middle of the flats. There doesn't seem to be any benefit to going that extra 100 feet of it. So that's the main concern that we, as an association, are asking the board to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So there's some other issues there, Carmen, and that sort of been flagged. Those are really largely, between the construction methodology, protecting the marsh during that portion, and then, the impact of the pier itself. Those are generally what my personal issues are. And then I think we've heard from, the other members of the commission regarding, the boat resting on the bottom during, low tide, or probably a large part of the tide. So as well as, storage of the float itself and how that's going to happen. And so those are, I think, the bulk of the issues. And Charlotte's really easy to communicate with. Charlotte, yeah, it looks like you have something else.
Yeah, sorry. We just had one more hand raised in the audience.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Hi, Charlie. Charlie, you're muted.
I don't know how to get on.
No, you're there. We can hear
you.
No,
you're good. We can hear you. Can you just state your name and address for the record and then go with your question?
I'm Charlie Ames. I'm here along with George representing the Gulf Association. And he's already very well stated what we were going to say. I'm here with my wife, Kitty. We're both involved in the association. And So I think I'd just leave it that way. There are a couple of things I might say that, do you have that list, Kenny? First is that we're very concerned about the future of the cove that is the landing point for this dock, and that's because it's swarmed with birds, shorebirds, and it's a favorite for shorebirds, and it seems unnecessary to me to take all the pilings and put them out however far it is without much coming from it. And it seems like it's a kind of a waste, and it's also going to be a problem. One of the issues that we're concerned about is that this is just one of 3 or 4 lots that are going to be available for sale. And if the future has docks for each of them, and they will, if this is approved, it's pretty much certain that at least 2 of them will want the same thing. And if there's the same thing, if you're a bird and you come along wanting to go down to that beach, you're going to find that there are 4, they're big launches for problems, and they're going to pass us up. And I think that's the kind of disturbance of the natural world that the laws here are trying to head off. What?
Yeah, I just would like to add, it's Kitty Ames. I also live with Charlie, and while I guess you don't have much say in bird life, you do have say in wetland protection and the sort of environmental beauty of Cohasset. And one dock is one thing, and certainly Mr. Danino deserves to have a dock as long as it doesn't interfere with the wetlands. But you need to understand that this cove is a rare thing in Cohasset, undisturbed by other houses or docks, and it's where all the shorebirds gather. And we have pictures, and I think some of them we've shown you. One dock I think would be fine, but 4 in a row, filling up that cove, I think would be a really sad thing for the town. And I don't know what commission governs that sort of aesthetics, but I would think that the Conservation Commission should look at it.
Thank you, Kitty and Charlie. I completely share your concern. I'll tell you, and one of the things that we do frequently is we ask developers and applicants to come to us with sort of how they've contemplated alternatives, right? And so, unfortunately, their application is based on the conditions as they are today, right? So it's not, we can't expect them sort of to plan for some potential moving of a bridge or something else in the future. But that being said, I wonder, Carmen, have you thought about maybe, particularly if the dock is going to be this long, and maybe it's something to bring to us next time, because we do like to hear alternatives and how you've thought about the best way to do this. Maybe having one shared dock and for all 4 future developments. Is that something that you've considered at all? And you don't have to answer now either, but I think there's a lot of concern here, and I totally hear what the Ames concern is, and that it really is sort of protecting the habitat is what we are charged with doing, and so. I get what they're saying. I'm not necessarily expecting an answer. And I was kind of hoping to instead of repeating a lot of this next time, doing it next time. But I do want to, sort of ask, and you can answer now too if you think you have a fully formed answer. But would a shared dock be an option?
So this was also asked by the ZBA. And what we have submitted here is just for the property, in front of you, which is at 94 Black Horse Lane.
You want to say?
Yeah.
But we will have an answer, to everyone, to the concerns that have been raised, and hopefully the ZBA letter as well, prior to our
Okay.
next meeting.
She's gonna have an
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get the homeowners, desire to, sorry, Mr. Ames, I see your hand up again, or was it you?
Yes,
yeah, please.
I just wanted to add to this conversation that the ZBA was I think it rested its position on the idea that aesthetics can't be taken into account. And aesthetics includes natural beauty of all kinds. And what the exclusion, at least in water in your role, exclusion of aesthetics is not what the law provides. If you look at the wetlands, the Cohasset wetlands bylaws, they say that aesthetics is one of the eight things that need to be protected by the Conservation Commission. And so I think it's just completely wrong. We were trying to also to reduce the bulk and width and height of the walkway, which should be perfectly acceptable, from 6 feet to 4 feet, and so forth. And I think I just think you should take into account what this is going to do to the view of this beautiful field by both humans and by shorebirds. So that's all I had to add.
I would point out that we have in the past both restricted the size of the dock of the walkway and also the float. And this one is large, it's wide. Remember on one of our ones in Little Harbor was also a long one, and I believe we went from 6 feet wide to 4 feet wide on that one, if I'm not mistaken. So we've done that in the past, the recent past.
Yeah, I think this one is proposed for 4 feet for the majority of it. I don't know, but I mean, I think Carmen and Mr. DeNuno, you've heard sort of, some of the concerns from, your butters, from the commission. We're going to get some more formal language from the zoning board. We are all, Charlotte, does anyone else have their hand up?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get Kathy back on the call because she got jumped off.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I missed
No,
it.
it's okay. So I don't see anybody else raising their hand. I don't see anything else in the Q&A.
Okay.
feature.
So I mean, you've heard sort of some of the concerns from the commission, some of the concerns from the abutters. We have not had the chance to review the information, whatever the state provided yet. And we're going to look for, the zoning board's comments. A lot of what's been said tonight resonates with me. I mean, I think particularly the idea of, and one of the things I'm going to be considering personally, is the necessity for the length of the dock. What does that really add? I think that that's. And I realize that you've responded to some of that information in writing also. So I think those are all things that will come up with the next, at the next hearing. Is there anything else, Carmen, that you think we should, take away?
Well, no, actually, this was great. I have a couple of pages of written comments. So this is actually really, really good. Thank you very much for giving it the time. And Charlotte, if you don't mind, you had raised a question on your written comments about the construction protocol, and I had answered to them in writing on my response. So I would love to get your feedback on the construction protocol that I have, so that if anything needs to be changed, I can do it on my future response. I can follow up with you, after this. I really appreciate everyone's comments, so we have time to address them for the following hearing. And what we would like is to continue this hearing, not to the 23rd, there's no point, but to the first February hearing, which is
I
going
think
to
that's
be
the 9th.
6th.
Is it the
Oh.
6th? Sorry, Charlotte. Is it what? Let me look.
Yeah, so the first meeting in February would be February 6th.
Yeah, the 6th. Sorry. Yep. Okay. All right. So with the applicant's consent, we're continuing this until the 6th. We'll talk to you then.
Yeah, and if I get a shortened list from ZBA, I'll send that to you guys.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Take care.
I believe you have to vote on the continuance, though. No?
I don't think so.
Continuance, as
Okay.
long as it's okay with
Yeah.
meeting on
With the-
everybody
Okay,
else. Yeah.
excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you in February. Have
Okay.
a good night.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, next, in accordance with MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetlands and Stormwater Bylaws, the commission will open its public hearing being held via remote participation on Zoom for NOI 2502 to demolish and reconstruct a single-family home partially within the coastal bank 100-foot buffer and install native plantings at 183 Jerusalem Road for applicants Pamela and David Maltz. The public has been invited to offer input by emailing cpectel@cohassetma.gov, and details for access to the Zoom platform are on the commission online agenda. The hearing is now open. Charlotte, who from the applicant team is available? Anybody to promote?
Sorry, Kathy, give me 1 second.
Sorry.
Multitasking.
Yeah, let's take a break and try to. Do you want to take 2 minutes and see if we can get Kathy back on, or?
No, it's yeah. Sorry, if you guys are okay with giving me just a second, it's really hard to.
Let's make sure we have Kathy on for this next,
Okay.
the next complete hearing. Let's give her a couple minutes.
No problem. And David and Andrew, am I promoting anybody else? I don't see the applicants.
That's who I was going to suggest, maybe the Maltzes, but also Keith Moscow, who is
there we
with,
go. Okay.
Moscow Lean, the architects.
Perfect. All right. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
I see it's 7:26. I know Charlotte's
Yeah, sorry,
working on
guys.
getting, no, that's okay.
Do you
Hold
guys
on.
want to just get started and I'll help
No,
Kathy in the background?
I'd rather have Kathy be on for the full hearing so she
Yeah.
can vote on it without any Mullen sort of implications.
Okay, well, I have her on speaker right now. Is that okay with everybody? Like, she's technically present. So
Oh,
like,
she is?
yeah.
Okay.
So I have her on speaker on my phone. So if that's okay with you guys, like in the meantime, I'll just mute myself and I'll help her get her video back. But she technically is on the phone right now.
Okay.
Just
If she's on and she can hear, yeah.
Yeah, Kathy,
we
can
can
you
move
hear
forward.
everybody? Yeah. Okay. You guys heard that? Okay. All
That
right.
sounds great. Okay. Okay.
All right.
So
Sorry,
yeah,
guys. I apologize.
turn it
for
over to the
technical
applicant.
difficulties.
Sorry also.
That's okay.
No idea
Uh,
why.
Okay. Are we ready to go?
I don't know what just happened.
So Keith Moscow, like I mentioned, was the architect. He had dropped off for a second there, so he
Yeah,
he got
sorry.
promoted again. And there is a David listed in the attendees. I don't know if that's David Maltz, perhaps. Okay.
David, is that you? You and Pam?
No, I'm here.
Okay,
Okay.
great. So we do have everybody. I apologize for that. And we do have Ms. Berrigan on speaker as the sixth commissioner, so I apologize for the technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm sorry. David and Keith, would you like to start the presentation? Sorry about that.
Okay, sure, no problem, no problem. Just for the record, my name is Dave Lapointe with Beals and Thomas. We are civil engineers, surveyors, wetland scientists, landscape architects, and so forth. Also here tonight is, as mentioned, Keith Moscow of Moscow Lynn Architects, representing the applicants David and Pamela Maltz. And also on our team and participating tonight is Andrew Gorman, one of our wetland specialists. So if the commission recalls, we had actually met previously as a result of filing a request for determination back on December 5th. The initial intent of that filing was related to the proposed house project, which was the demolition of the existing house at 183 Jerusalem Road, and then the reconstruction of a new house within that same footprint. That work was proposed within the 50 to 100 foot buffer zone from the coastal bank. And at the time, as part of that discussion, it seemed that the commission was reasonably comfortable with what was being proposed as a result of that project. But what had happened previously, or just prior to that meeting on December 5th, it was, we were all made aware of some vegetation that had been cut on the property in preparation of the construction and demolition of that house. And so as a result of that discussion that we had had on December 5th, rather than continuing the meeting for the RDA to a future meeting with then the hope that you would issue a negative determination, it was decided amongst the applicant and the rest of us to have the commission issue a positive determination and subsequently file a notice of intent, which is essentially why we're here tonight. Unfortunately, we have not received a DEP file number yet. However, we would like to go through the process of, reviewing again what was discussed the last time, reviewing some additional information that had been submitted as part of the notice of intent filing, which includes a planting plan, which was one of the topics of discussion last time. So then we understand that the meeting would have to get continued as a result of the not having the file number. But hopefully, if there's any other things that come out of tonight's discussion, we can have that ready for the follow-up meeting at that time when we assume we'll have the file number as well. So if I can share my screen, I can give you a quick overview again of what we, let me see, this is probably the best way to do this. Okay, so if you all can see this, see this plan on the screen, as I mentioned, there's an existing house at 183 Jerusalem Road that is being proposed to be demolished and then a new house constructed in the same footprint. The lines that are shown here, this red line going across and through the house here is the 100-foot buffer zone to the coastal bank. This red line here being the 50-foot buffer zone to coastal bank. And this is the line delineating the coastal bank here, which is actually on the abutting property. We did get some permission from the abutter to go onto their property and observe that coastal bank. And so based on that is how we've now plotted this new line. But as you can see, the house construction work is proposed within that outer 50 to 100-foot buffer zone. Some of the discussion from the last meeting, we did update this plan somewhat to tighten up the sediment control barrier closer to the proposed work around the house, as well as we've identified some additional things that were discussed in terms of a staging area for some laydown of materials and whatnot, and identified where the construction entrance would be for obviously construction vehicles. Also, the existing garage is proposed to be demolished and a new garage reconstructed. However, that is taking place outside of any of the buffer zones. And so if we want to scroll to this next plan, this is the planting plan that was prepared as a result of the vegetation that was cut. This was prepared by the Maltz's landscape designer, and it includes approximately 30 new plants that are coming from the native plant lists that were provided by the commission. Includes a number of cedars along the boundary line at the top of the plan here, as well as then some other shrubs. You can see the shrubs are all listed here in the plant schedule. Some additional plantings on this side of the property as well, kind of on the southern edge, to help provide some screening between the neighbors here. And then some additional tree plantings, some red maples out along Jerusalem Road. So this is very similar. The project that's in itself is similar to what we discussed previously. In fact, it's the same project other than the addition of these plantings that hadn't been discussed previously. And at the prior meeting, there seemed to be preference of the board at the time, or the commission at the time, to issue a negative determination. But as I described, we went forward with filing the full notice. But at this time, we're hoping that we've addressed all of the questions or concerns that had been brought up the last time, and hoping that at this point, the only thing really that's outstanding, like I mentioned, is the DEP file number. But happy to answer any questions or provide any clarifications that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. Yeah, I'll run through with the commissioners first. Let's, and then see what I have. Commissioner Bell?
Yeah, it appears to me that the planting plan is addressed all of my questions.
Great. Commissioner Magnell?
I don't have anything to add that Tom didn't already say. It looks like it was a pretty good reproduction of what had been removed.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Yes, I agree. I think the all the concerns that we had were sufficiently addressed. I just I would note that our preference typically, I don't know if those trees that are in a straight line along the property line, plan north east, if that's replacing an existing like shrub wall, or if that's new plantings to replace, but are typically you know, we would look for some sort of more natural dispersal of plantings, but I think the majority of the plants are, you know, meet that criteria. So wouldn't call that a hang up, just a comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that's come up. Sorry, let me see. Commissioner Fernando?
No, looks like it's been addressed.
And then Charlotte, does Commissioner Berrigan have any,
Yeah, she
any
should
comments
be,
or questions?
she should be on right now.
Oh,
Sorry.
there she is. Hi, Kathy.
Oh, Kathy, you got to unmute you. There you go.
All right.
All right,
So
Kathy, I'm
sorry.
gonna hang up the phone now.
So sorry.
You're good.
No, that's okay. You know, we,
Oh,
so, do you have any additional questions? I don't know if you remember this, you know, this hearing from the last time. You know, is there, what thoughts or questions or comments do you have? Kathy?
oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were speaking to me.
No, yeah, you're up.
I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying a little bit, a few minutes ago because I was trying to get on Zoom, so I really wasn't paying attention.
Oh, that's okay.
Kathy, have you had time to look through this is the planting plan. Did you look at the planting plan from the NOI? And did you have any comments on it?
Is this 183 Jerusalem?
Yes.
Yeah. I did look and no, I did not have comments about the planting plan. I made some notes.
Okay, and then yeah, they clarified, you know, they were able to you know, take a look at the coastal bank and salt marsh from the abutting property. They did you know, evaluate the wetland you know, borders and the 100-foot buffer, and so it's all shown on the plan. I don't think there were really too many changes. I think it was really just confirmation that the previous delineation was correct and still correct, and they did go out and find that slope you know, change in the coastal bank. So the most landward 100-foot buffer is still shown on the plans. And so did you have any questions about that or the NOI or anything like that?
No, I did not have questions on this particular case.
Okay.
Took a few notes, but.
Okay.
Great. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm happy that now we have sort of a solid setback to work with. So, you know, I've sort of mimicked Commissioner McIntyre's, you know, pointing out that the trees are pretty symmetrically planted. It doesn't really look that natural, but you know, I don't really have any further issues myself either. Charlotte, are there any conditions or other comments that you have for us to consider?
I just had one standard condition that we have been issuing really recently, but I do know that we have a hand raised in the audience, Mr. Chair, I think from someone from the public. I don't know.
Of course.
Did you want me to move to that first?
Yeah, let's hear that first.
Okay. Hi, Ronald. Can you just state your name and address for the record and then go forward with your question?
This is Ronald and Lena Goldberg.
Yeah, we had one question. There were trees taken down together with shrubs south of the planned planting of junipers. And our question is, has any consideration been given to replacing the shrubs and trees that were taken down that were behind what is shown as the existing deck? They have all been taken down, and is that to remain as is with only some small shrubs being planted in lieu of the trees that were removed?
All right, so I appreciate the question. I guess that, you know, that does, you know, bring up you know, if we want to really dig in more into sort of the accounting and the placement, are you the are you the abutter that was screening from?
Yes, we are the property that is shown as Lena and Ronald Goldberg, and there was quite a very nice screen at one point between our property. And now if one were looking at the deck, it looks directly into a gazebo on our property with no screening. Now, of course, we could put up a fence. I think we're permitted to have a 6-foot fence, and we could put up more shrubbery on our property. But if consideration is being given by the Maltzes to replacing the trees that were taken down, then we wouldn't have to do that. But of course, if they won't do it, then we'll do whatever is necessary to create that screen.
So I guess for me, that brings up sort of the issue is like a real, and so part of it was that we just didn't know exactly what was taken down where. We did some effort to sort of replicate it. But that does bring up, and I guess Charlotte, I'd like you to chime in too. I mean, a proper accounting of what was taken down and whether, this is doing, a 2-to-1 within the 100, and is that something that we want to take a deeper dive at? Because I think it's a although not necessarily, what we're tasked with, resolving, that concern. If there were trees and shrubs that created that screening, maybe this landscaping plan could be, reconfigured a little bit to replicate the screening to satisfy neighbor concern.
So yeah, I mean, in terms of what appeared to be taken out, at least on that, on the border between 185 and 183, it did look like it was some sort of trimmed, maintained hedgerow. And then there's a landscaping area in the grass behind the home that seemed like it was 2 trees. I mean, I think David and Pam can clarify that a little bit. They did provide a few photos, and it might have just been overgrown shrubs. David, is that correct?
Yeah, can I speak?
Sure.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that I was on. Yes, they were overgrown shrubs, and basically they are going to be replaced. And the screen that Lena and Ron are concerned about, so are we. We don't want the gazebo to look at the gazebo, nor the gazebo to look at us. So that that screening was intended to replace all those overgrown bushes. Now, we do or did have some pictures taken a while ago that indicate that there were no trees taken down, that the only thing that were taken down were overgrown bushes. We can provide that if the commission wants it, but basically that whole area at the rear of the property was not trees, it was all bushes, and some of them overgrown bushes.
Thank you, David. And yeah, there were, and like, again, around the home, that you can see the stumps from the overgrown vegetation that was around the home. And then in the front of the home, there was that large, tree, but according to the delineation, it was just outside the 100-foot buffer, if I'm not mistaken. And then there were obviously some other trees in the front of the property that were taken down, but they're outside of the 100-foot buffer, although the applicant has proposed, it looks like 3 red maples, planted in a row facing Jerusalem Road. But sorry, I can't see the line on my screen right now, but I believe, David, are all the plantings that are proposed on the opposite side, are those all within the 100-foot buffer, or are some of them just outside of the 100-foot buffer?
Yeah, so this line here.
Thank you. Yep.
That's the 100-foot buffer there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess the big tree in the front, I guess, was just within the 100-foot buffer then, but it looks like you have proposed 3 trees in the 100-foot buffer, and then a variety of shrubs to replace that in that area.
So let me ask.
Oh, sorry.
No, what? So let's just resolve or do what we can to resolve the Goldbergs' concern. I did hear the word tree come up, when they were asking for the replication of this screening, but do we have a difference in the facts as to what came out, whether it was trees or shrubs, or am I making something out of nothing here and it's been resolved to everybody's satisfaction?
At least in that specific area that shows the new row of viburnums, I did not see what was previously there. I mean, based on what looked like what was removed from the site looked like a hedgerow, and a variety of maybe shrubs in the corner. but
I
didn't
noticed that
see any
Mr.
large
Goldberg
stumps.
unmuted.
Yes,
Ron-
if I may, we were not talking about the area where the viburnum is going to be
Oh, okay, thank you.
inserted. If you look at the map, you have about 5 plants shown right on the border, that area. Immediately to the southeast of that, there are 2 trunks that are visible now from our property. They had rather large trees that were part of a screen. There were also some shrubs right along the line where the cursor is right now that did provide a screen. That's what I was asking about, whether there were plans to replace any of that shrubbery, because whether it's called an overgrown shrub or not, it was a screen and it had been there for quite some time. I think part of it was shrubbery, part of it at the end was a burning bush that was actually quite attractive. It created a screen. And as I said, if there's no plan to create it on that side, then over on the other side on our property line, we can fence it and probably add more trees there. We just need to know, because I would hate to go through construction and then have a view directly into our property where there was none before.
Well, and it sounds like there's another issue here, and I, you know, as much as I'd love to resolve sort of the neighbor concern, you're saying 2 rather large trees came out there.
Well, there are 2 tree stumps, and they are. I think they are trees. They were not shrubs, as far as I could tell.
No, thank you. Sorry, I
Hey.
thought you were talking about the opposite area, so thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so I guess in the area where they do show the proposed plantings, yes, there was a large tree stump right in front of the home that was taken out, and then, you know, closer to that border where you see the green junipers. So yes, there were large stumps there, but it looks like in terms of planting, you know, there are, what does that say, 5 eastern red cedars going in that area, and then is that redbuds right there, the 3 of them? Is that correct, David?
Over here, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you're saying? Yes.
Okay.
Those
Yeah.
are
So it
the-
looks like, I mean, you know, I know some commissioners had maybe some comments about maybe the placement of them, but it looks like, you know, they are putting some trees back in that area. But in that corner that you mentioned that used to have, like, you know, more shrubbery and burning, you know, a burning bush. So I don't know if the applicant is open to adding, you know, more or shifting some of the shrubs into that particular corner. But it looks like in terms of where the 2 tree stumps were taken out, other than right in front of the home, you know, there are trees being put back in that area in the buffer zone.
I'm sorry, and I must just be a little dense here. There were 2 stumps there that were creating a screen, not actual living trees. And
No,
the
no,
stumps
trees that were
taken.
taken down, so you can see the stumps on the site.
Okay, so there were 2 trees, and so those 2 trees, and then so, I mean, why don't we dig into the accounting real quick then? So how many total trees were taken down?
In the 100-foot buffer?
In the 100-foot, yep.
Yeah, may I comment on that? They were not trees, and we have pre-existing pictures to show you that they were overgrown shrubs. And the burning bush still exists at this particular point. And in working with conservation, I believe, and Charlotte, I don't want to misquote you, so we'll try to do this correctly, that you would prefer that we took down the burning bush because it's not a native species, so that was being done. And I think you can see that picture shows basically overgrown shrubs. And thank you very much, whoever put the picture up. Does not show any trees. And we plan on replacing all those shrubs there. And you can see the burning bush behind the shrubs that are there. They're not trees, they're shrubs. We will replace them. And that's not at all an issue for us of replacing those things. So if we need to indicate that in the plan, we're glad to do a revised plan to show that there are shrubs going in. That's about, you know, but that's our intent. So Ron and Lena, we want to screen as much as you do in that particular area. And if we need to revise this plan a little bit to make it more precise as to what's going on, we're glad to do it.
So
thank you, David. I appreciate that. Oh, sorry, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
no, thank you, David. So what do you think if we, I mean, Charlotte, do you think we could make it a condition somehow so that we can move this forward
I'd be
tonight?
fine with that. Yeah, as long as the commission's
Yeah.
okay with the species and you know, the general variety that's offered. And if you guys are okay, you know, because it looks like they are putting back, you know, more trees in the 100-foot buffer than were taken out in the 100-foot buffer. I mean, yeah, some other trees are taken down on the site, but only, you know, 1 or possibly 2 were taken down in the 100-foot buffer, and they're putting in, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I mean, I'm perfectly happy to discuss the, you know, the placement of where to put certain shrubs and, you know, things like that. That can definitely be, you know, I think if the commission's comfortable with it, put in a condition, because we've done that all the time. I mean, there's changes in landscaping plans that happen all the time. And as long as there's no additional impact or a significant reduction of plants that were originally agreed upon, it's usually easy to shift where they're going as long as they're going to stay in the buffer zone. That's really the commission's priority here.
And so while it's not necessarily our role to, you know, resolve neighbor disputes, but I also don't want to create one either by approving the project. And I have, you know, eminent faith in Charlotte to, you know, to help, you know, work on where these plantings are going to go. But I still, you know, I still hear this discrepancy between tree and shrub. To the Goldbergs, are you satisfied that we're going to wind up, you know, with if we implement some sort of, if we include some sort of condition that plantings go in to adequately screen to the extent, you know, how it previously was? Are you satisfied with that sort of condition, or do you, you know, or would you have some other inquiry given that, you know, we're on this topic now?
No, if there were a condition that stated that plantings would go in to replace the screening that previously existed, then I think that's all that we as abutting owners could ask for, and we can take care of what we want to do on our property if we don't find that to be adequate.
Okay, great. So, okay, looks like David, you have your hand up again.
No, I didn't, but
okay.
But that's okay. We're very comfortable with that condition and would be very glad to work with Charlotte. And I think you know, the Goldberg should be rather satisfied, because the screening isn't a one-sided screening. It isn't what they need, it's what they need and what we need. So this should be a matter that if they put the condition in, should be relatively easily resolved.
So, so I mean, I would suggest a condition, something along the lines of, you know, that the mitigation plantings, the number and type of mitigation plantings, you know, shall not be reduced, but may be moved to recreate the pre-existing screening between the two properties, something like that. Do you think that solves it, Charlotte?
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, Blair. That was really good language, but I was, hold on one sec. Actually, do you want me to just share my screen? I'm in the process of typing it, but.
Sure, let's see if we
Yeah.
can knock this out, and then, you
Yeah,
know,
that's fine.
and then maybe we can issue an order of conditions. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I'm like all over the place right now, so I apologize because I was pulling
No,
up a
that's
billion
okay.
documents. And
We need you all over the place. That's how we get stuff done around here. So thank you.
yeah, I was like, yeah. All righty. So this was the first condition. This is pretty standard at this point, and I haven't added it to our template yet, but I will, so that the order shall be contingent upon, you know, the applicant obtaining all of their permits. I think there may be a possibility this project does have to go to zoning. That was addressed in the previous comments for the RDA. So if that's the case, you know, obviously just, we don't want to see, you know, any site construction, obviously, until the applicant has all approvals from zoning, possibly, you know, and then building. If there are changes, we already have a template condition that obviously they have to come back to us, sometimes depending on what the changes are from other boards. It could be a minor administrative review, or it might need an amended review, but I think the applicant's already aware of that. So that's a standard condition that we have. And then I wrote, the number of mitigation plantings shall not be reduced, but the precise location of the proposed native shrub screening plantings in the northeastern corner of the property shall be determined on site with the applicants, the conservation agent, and any interesting abutting property owners. Does that sound appropriate?
That's great. I don't know. Do we need a condition for the DEP file number now that just?
Oh yeah, we didn't get that, didn't we, David? I tried, but I don't know why they didn't assign one. Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, it's not really appropriate to close the hearing without a file number.
We just can't do it. We can't make a condition for it. Okay.
I mean, because if you issue the order and for some reason 21 days, you know what I mean? Like if you can't time out with not having a file number and issuing an order of conditions, because then the permit
Yeah.
itself becomes invalid. I don't know
Yeah.
why this, usually DEP in most cases does not have concerns for projects that are just in the buffer zone, but I know that, they have limited staffing. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just based on experience. So unfortunately, I
Okay.
think,
So,
David, would you be
yeah.
comfortable, would everyone be comfortable
Well,
continuing to the 23rd? We can put it maybe first on the agenda and just bring this back up, reiterate everyone, make sure we're on the same page, and then vote once we have a file number. Would that be okay?
Yeah, I think that's what we were anticipating.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't
let's
think
go
we
back
As
to
long
the-
as we're,
Yeah.
hashing out all of the concerns and all that right
Yeah.
now, so that when we come back for the next one, it's really just a matter
Okay.
of acknowledging the number and calling it a night.
I think we are, and I'll run through the commissioners briefly or give them the opportunity, but let's go back to condition number 2 for a second, Charlotte.
Yeah.
So maybe in addition, the number of mitigation plantings shall not be reduced, nor shall the species be amended, right? I mean, it's not just about number, it's about the
Yeah, if the
about the
commission's
various.
satisfied with the viburnum species that was selected, and we don't want that to change, that's.
Well, I just want to make sure it doesn't turn into sort of like a, de minimis kind of, species that doesn't really recreate, what was taken out. If that's not an issue, we can just leave it. I'm happy.
Well, I mean, I think if we wanted to say, yeah, with the proposed native shrub screening plantings, like,
Okay.
I don't know if it's beating a dead horse, but we could say that it has to be a native woody shrub species.
No,
so-
you got it there. Then we're good. We're good.
No? Okay. Yeah, I mean, because we do have a variety, like sometimes it's based on nursery availability. So sometimes if we can't find that particular viburnum, species, I mean, we should be able to. They're pretty common, but in the rare case we can't. And if they wanted to switch to a different native woody shrub species that still accomplishes the same screening procedures, I think, same screening, look, then I'm fine with species substitutions as long as the intent of the planting plan's still being followed. So I think as long as it's a native shrub, it should be okay. But if we want specific language in here, I can do that.
Well, that seems to work then. Do any other commissioners have anything else before we continue this to January 23rd for hopefully a DEP file number to be provided in between? All right, folks. I appreciate the Goldbergs coming in. Let's not have an abutter issue over this. It sounds like everybody's on the same page of creating a screening for the better use of both properties. So I'm happy that we're on that. Anything else, guys? All right, let's come back on.
Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, David and Pam. We appreciate it. And sorry for the technology stuff, guys.
Yeah, we'll see you all on the 23rd.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Have a
it.
good one.
You're welcome. Good night.
Thank you. All right, let me see where we're at here. Okay. Next, in accordance again with MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands and Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Commission will open its public hearing being held via remote participation on Zoom for NOI 2503 to demolish and reconstruct a single-family home, relocate the existing driveway, and install hardscape and landscape features within the salt marsh and coastal bank 50-foot and 100-foot buffer zones at 220 Atlantic Avenue for applicant John Dickey. The public has been invited to offer input by emailing C. Pechtold, and details for access to Zoom are on the commission agenda online at the Cohasset website. The public hearing is now open. Charlotte, is there anyone from the applicant team to promote?
Hello, yes. So we have, hi, Caroline. I don't know if John wants to chill in the audience, but he is here. John Dickey, the applicant, is here. Caroline, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. For the record, good evening, everyone. My name is Caroline Reese from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'm here representing the applicant, John Dickey, for a project to raise and replace a single-family home at 220 Atlantic. Also, I think maybe listening in is Matt Rossi, the contractor. He, may at some point would like to be promoted, but I think for now I'll make the presentation, and may I share the screen, Charlotte? Thank you. As I wait, I'll just say we're here before you primarily right now because the house was extensively damaged. It was unoccupied. It was recently inherited from the applicant's mother, but a water pipe burst on the second floor, went unnoticed for months until the bill caught up with the town and him. And it's been assessed by insurance, and there's been some interior, cleaning and restoration, gutting basically, but with mold issues, they found the best course of action is a rebuild. So with that, I'll present that. Charlotte, here we go. It's a little slow coming up, so bear with me. Okay. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
I see. Okay. So the lot is at 220 Atlantic Avenue. It's busy, but I think I can break this down for you. A lot of ledge and a lot of topography on site. But it abuts Atlantic Avenue to the north, Little Harbor to the west, and private residential properties to the south and east. The lot currently consists of a single family home, which is this kind of I don't know how you describe the shape of the building. The lighter hatch, it's kind of an irregular shaped building. There's a detached shed. The existing driveway is paved over here, extends into this buffer, which I'll get to, and then there's a gravel driveway and some hardscape features. I can break down the site easier. I'm gonna bring up a display of the resource areas. I hope this helps. This is just kind of the site plan showing the existing dwelling in this grayish hatch, the proposed dwelling, which is darker and slightly larger, and the resource areas. Resource areas on site include salt marsh that was flagged on the north side of the dwelling. This thick blue line, I'll make this a little bigger. Let me know if you can't see. The thicker blue line is approximate mean high water. The thin blue line on the west side is coastal bank, which breaks due to flatter slope, where you have land subject to coastal storm flowage in orange. So we have salt marsh, coastal bank, land subject to coastal storm flowage. The house is out of the 100-foot floodplain. That's towards the water. The green lines are the 50 and the 100-foot buffer to the salt marsh and the water. These black lines are the 50 and 100-foot buffers to coastal bank. So with that, you can kind of see the house just barely clips the 50-foot buffer to the coastal bank, both existing and proposed. On the south side, this is an existing deck that they plan to remain. I'll get into that. And the existing driveway extends into the 50-foot buffer, and we'll be relocating that. So I'll go back to the site plan. Hopefully that helps. So as I could say, the house is going to be raised and built primarily on the existing foundation. I think all or most of the foundation is going to be retained or repaired and built on top of it. The rear of the dwelling uses the existing foundation. There's a little bump out here in the rear. That's for a screened-in porch that'll be supported on a pile. The existing deck is an angular structure that would be rebuilt using the existing footings. They'll be repaired as necessary, but no larger and no more an in-kind replacement. But they also want to extend that deck along the rear of the dwelling. That's supported on 3 posts. It's cantilevered over the section that clips the 50-foot buffer. In the front, there are a couple bump outs, a bump out over deck and a bump out here. They're going to retain the existing foundation as well as they can and pin these sections to ledge. The majority of the excavation will be in this north east corner where they're building an attached garage. That's the majority of the work. And there'll be new foundation. The driveway is in 2 lines here. I don't know how to turn off these yellow. Oh my gosh, what is that? I don't know what that is. I'm just gonna close it. Did I lose my screen?
You did. Now yep, we don't see the plan anymore.
I don't know what happened. Bear with me one moment. That's something new. Let me just, am I screen sharing now? I don't know what happened, but I can pull that up. Okay, I think I'm back with the site plan up.
I don't see it.
You don't see it? Am I still, let me share it. I think I have to share it.
Yeah,
I lost
reshare it again.
sharing.
Yep.
No, that's new. That's fun. But here we go. Can you see this plan?
Yep, we're back.
Okay, thank you. So the existing driveway, the pavement and the gravel area here will be removed. That's in the 50. And the new driveway will be crushed shell, completely pervious. And that will, I'm sorry about the yellow. I don't know what to do. That'll be crushed shell, pervious driveway extending to the garage. The front walkway is kind of realigned here, built over ledge. The first floor foundation remains the same. And to complete this work, we have 4 trees proposed for removal. I have pictures of those, hopefully if that goes smoothly. And we're going to try to replace some trees, which maintain some trees, which we can discuss. But 4 trees slotted for removal. These 2 are not healthy. I don't know if you could call them dead without a certified arborist, but limited growth, and they're very close to the house. This one's obviously in the footprint of the dwelling. And this one they'd like to remove as well, large pine. And we proposed 5 trees for removal because 1 is in the 50-foot buffer. Also, there's 535 square feet of mitigation plantings proposed over the existing pavement and lawn. I should go back. The increase in impervious area is 178 square feet. That's why we submitted an administrative stormwater permit, which you may comment on. But we're proposing 1 to just clean up this area, over 500 square feet of mainly grasses and a few shrubs. That being, I don't know if you're familiar with the site, but it's a very natural site. It's mostly long grasses, that natural grasses, I would say, and trees and ledge. And there it seemed like primarily planting grasses would best match the existing conditions. And with that, I think I kind of maybe should return it for questions. I think I covered the main points that I had.
Can you do me a favor just before we go through the commissioners? Can you pull up the simplified setback plan that shows the resources?
Sure, bear with me. I'm gonna have to because I don't know what happened. It is here.
I like that one the best.
I know. We have to show the topography, but in this case,
no, I meant your kid's drawing.
Oh, yeah. I forget. Thank you, but we'll look at this. So there you go. I can walk you through these. So we have Coastal Bank on the west, Salt Marsh on the north, and the buffers. We're not getting any closer to the resource area. The minimum distance is controlled by this corner. There's an extension line here, or I think, both these corners are closest. The rear of the dwelling remains the same except for that rear deck addition.
Okay. Let's start with the commissioners. Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions. It looks like, you're building on the footprint. And so everything there seems okay. Could you say a little bit more about the driveway, please?
Certainly.
Where are the outlines of the driveway?
Where the what? I'm sorry?
Yeah, where are the boundaries of the driveway?
Oh, certainly. I'll have to go back to the other.
Yeah.
The existing driveway is here. There's pavement.
Yeah, I
and
can
they-
see it.
Okay. And then we're moving it. It's easy to show you here on
Yeah,
this
sure.
plan. Here and here, it's about 24 feet wide. Crushed shell approach.
So you need to zoom in there.
Sure.
Yeah, can you zoom in a bunch? Yeah.
And you should turn off your comments because
I know. How
it's completely disorienting to every time you hit something that's got a comment. I think you can turn those off globally.
Okay. I'll turn
But
it-
anyway, I can see the driveway now. I mean, that's
Okay, I'll try not to move my cursor too much and figure.
yeah. Zoom right in on that though.
Okay. And let's get you. Does that help? I know they're thin.
Yeah,
lines.
it does actually.
Okay.
So let me follow the leader. Material and equipment stockpiling area. Okay, so
Yes.
that's not the driveway, is it?
It is on part of the driveway. We're limited here with all the ledge. The trucks will be able to access to the right of it.
So I guess it's not clear to me that I don't see the boundaries of the driveway here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry with my cursor. I'll have to figure out how to turn that off. Here's one,
Oh, yeah, okay.
and then here we're curling in here.
Oh, so you're expanding the size of the driveway
We're,
substantially.
we are, we are. It will be crushed shell, but we are. It's for 2 cars. Right now, we have a narrow, paved and compact gravel, like single lane entry.
So what is going to be taken out to accommodate this larger driveway?
Yeah, there will be grass, ledge, and shrub removal here.
Oh, okay, no trees or anything to put that larger driveway in?
The one with the X is a tree greater than 6 inches that would have to come down for the house as well. It's very
Yeah.
close. That wouldn't survive construction. But the architect, I do think, I know I'm defending, really tried to line things up to kind of minimize tree removal. It's a heavily wooded lot. As I said, it's 1.5 acres over mean high water. But tried to work with the natural site as best we could. And
So in terms of replacement, I mean, those are within the 100-foot buffer. It looks
Correct.
like one of the many 100-foot buffers. So you must have a plan for
Yes.
replacement, right?
we have 4 down, 5 proposed because this one is actually in the 50-foot buffer. And we have 2 over here. We tried to do them as close to the resource
So
area.
wait, let's back up. Why are you removing that one that's in the 50? It's well away. from
that-
those.
Yeah, that the owner requested. It's a very large, tall pine. I don't know. I think it's a pine, a thing with limited branches. It's looking a little older and ragged. Afraid of maybe wind damage or falling. It just it's near the ledge. The roots cut into the ledge. It's one he'd like to take down as a investment.
Do you have a picture of that tree?
I think, ooh, that's a good question. Let me see. Bear with me. I'll open my pictures. I lost my, I don't know what is happening. Hold on. Let me grab my pictures. I do have a picture file. Here we go. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's see. So there, that is going to be, I'm going to do, this is the right. Let's see if you can, these are not, oh my goodness. I don't know. I'm having some, I don't know what that error message is. This is new.
Charlotte, do you have site pictures that you can show us?
Yes.
that tree?
Seems like we're all having a tech difficulty night.
Really?
So let's see. Are you talking about this large tree in the front of the house, Caroline? Or was it one of the ones on the back?
It's all the way in the back, Charlotte.
Okay,
Before you
I'm gonna go around, going through my photos.
can make do with that. Yeah,
One
we
of
might
those
go-
tree, I think it's this one.
We might go ahead and press the button 2.
I think this is it. Is this the one in the back that's close to the home?
Okay, well, if you're cold and you're complaining about it, and that's the one that can heat up.
Different combo. Are we talking about the back here? This is the facing the, it's getting towards the water. So I think maybe it's this tree. Caroline, I guess based on the site plan, does this look right? This is the one that's like kind of little behind, but it's like right behind the home, but based on the plans, it looks like this is one of the ones that was coming out.
It doesn't look like a conifer and pine though, right?
No,
Like
it's
I'm-
No, I don't think
Conifer.
it's not. Like this is the back of the house where it's backed up against the ledge, and then it was this tree right here. Caroline, sorry, is this the tree? This one right here in the corner? It's not coniferous, it's a deciduous tree.
Caroline, I don't know if you can hear us, but your audio had a funky message there. So we can't hear you.
Yeah, not sure.
Charlotte, go back a couple photos if you can. I
This is
thought I
kind of
saw it.
walking around the left side of the house, so you're up on the ledge. This is like the side, this is, the side that's like, if you're facing the home, this is the left-hand side. This is the ledge outcrop that's right next to it. So you can kind of see it's wedged right in here. Did we just lose Caroline?
We did. She's restarting, I think. Her whole setup seemed pretty.
Oh,
So when
geez.
you look at it on near map, it looks like it probably is a cedar.
Yeah, it's a very big one if you look at it on near map.
Yeah.
I can bring that up if you'd like, show you which one I think it is.
Yeah, there's also
I mean, this is the front of the home. Like this is what you see from the, below the ledge where the driveway is. This is kind of like what you see.
there are a couple of really big ones in your pictures and the
Yeah.
OneDrive, and it'd
Mhm.
be good to know if that's one of the ones.
I'm
that are-
sorry, can you hear me?
Okay.
I hate to
Hi,
interrupt.
Caroline. Yep, so we were just going over the trees that are marked
Yes.
on the plan, so.
I
look-
apologize, that's up first. Yes, okay, I can help you. That tree on the left is the one to come down. That's where.
Yeah, so this tall one, yeah.
But I think we
But,
were
like,
talking about a tree further away and why that had to go.
This one? Was it this one too? You can kind of see it in
one,
this
I
photo.
can't tell from the angle. I think that one we're saving, that second
Saving
one.
this one? Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's some other trees that are smaller that are kind of close to the house.
Yeah, the one I'm talking about, Charlotte, is
I
the
know,
one
in the
that's in the
rear yard.
50-foot buffer.
Yeah,
And it's looks like it's a ways away from the house.
okay.
Let's see if I can
It's
figure out how far.
not there. I can.
Yeah, I see.
Like this one right behind the home.
Yeah, it's 30 feet behind the home.
Yeah,
Oh,
close.
35 feet.
Yeah, I have
A picture with the last number 631, Charlotte. Is that it?
you said one of the last ones in the drive?
Yeah, the last three digits are 631. It's 631 _ iOS JPEG.
Okay, hold on.
no. Let's see. I may be able to.
Well, I think this might actually relate to something that I did talk about with Caroline and with John a little bit before this hearing. Just walking the site, as you guys can see from my photos, as Caroline mentioned, it is a nicely like naturalized, like woody property. But the home is kind of in a tricky spot. It's partially up on, ledge. There are a lot of trees that are surrounding it. Even though the plan shows 4 trees around the home coming out, I was just concerned that obviously during construction, it might be found that, a lot of stuff that's kind of around the home.
Yeah, I'm not referring to those. Those, I agree that those should be removed. I mean, it'd be very difficult to demolish the
Yeah.
house and build a new one. And what's more, you don't want to have great big trees right next to you.
Yeah.
Right.
So we did talk
I'm
to.
only Charlotte, I'm only asking about the one in the 50-foot buffer. Why
Sorry.
is that being removed?
If I may, if you could promote the applicant, John Dickey, he said he saw the picture in the rotation and can point it out, I believe, if you don't mind.
And
Yeah, it's
Charlotte,
hard
you
for
might
me to
bring
pull
up-
up the plan.
Charlotte, you might bring up near map. I think it's pretty easy to see where this tree is.
Yeah. I can do that instead. It's hard for me to go through photos and the plans at the same time on a shared screen.
Right.
With one laptop screen. But I can pull that up. But I think is John up here? Hi, John.
Yeah. Hey, everybody. Thank you so much for the time. I first time doing this, so I wasn't sure of my protocol for speaking. I can point out the tree if you scroll back through some of those photos if you'd like. While you're doing it, just to answer the question, it's a very old tree. It drops branches when the winds blow. You're right, it's not super close to the house like some of the others, but it's not too far away from it. And it's directly in the line between the home and the shed, which does get some access. And so there's, just concern about, does it topple over on someone, young children and what have you. So we just thought while we were working through this exercise, it was one that was appropriate to replace. That was the logic, and I'm happy to point to the picture if you wanted to go scrolling through. I did notice it when we were scrolling through the pictures.
Yeah, Sanji, I think you're pointing at it on your map. Was it this one?
That's the tree I'm referring to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
And what's the species? Mr. Dickey, do you know what kind of tree it is?
I recall it dropping pine cones. I don't know, Caroline, if you have it on record. I don't
have it on record. I think it's a pine. I'm not, I don't know my species specifically.
Well, there has to be a really good reason to remove it, not speculating that it might fall over and hit somebody. It's in the 50-foot buffer and it's a protected tree. Even if it's dead, it's protected.
Also
So
note that
unless you really have a compelling reason to remove it, not just speculating that it might fall over someday, they all do someday. So there needs to be a pretty good reason here to remove something in the 50.
yeah, and I'd also note that with a site like this, a tree established in ledge over years has kind of found its way. It's hard to, it's not necessarily easy to replace trees on ledge where these trees have, been able to anchor themselves. So I would probably like to see, an assessment from an arborist, and preferably one that's not necessarily going to
Oh, is
cut.
that it there?
No, that's not it.
This is the area around the shed.
Is that it?
No.
No. Maybe I just didn't take a picture of that
Just to the
specific
right of
tree. I
it.
thought it was this one, but I, guess not.
It ended with 6000, I think, on the picture. That's it right there. The
This one?
tall one. Yep.
Okay.
Could be white pine.
It looks like a pine.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It looks fairly healthy. It looks fairly healthy too.
Well, I think, like I said, I talked to John and Caroline a little bit. I think we might need to clarify the location of some of these trees on the plan, because there are 4 that are proposed to come out. But at least walking around the home, I did feel like that there may be more trees that might have to come out based on just construction, overdig, being on ledge. So that might just, we might just need to tweak the plans a little bit to get a clearer image of that, and that would help with the mitigation plan. And then, as the commissioner said, it sounds like they'd like some more information about this particular tree. If it does seem to be, in any way, a hazard or something, I think the commission, we're definitely, all for eliminating the safety hazard. But if it's a healthy tree that could stay and there's not an immediate need to take it out, I think that's the general preference.
If, may I ask if we were to get to the point of an approval tonight, and if we made a condition that we keep that tree and keep, and then if Charlotte had any other issues, but if we just keep the planting plan as is, but keep that tree, removing 3, would that be acceptable?
I can see why you're going to remove that beech.
Yeah.
If it's not dead, it's soon to be dead. It's got
Soon to be, yeah. The other 3 I think are pretty clear for the project.
Yeah.
We did propose 5 for replacement. 4 are in the 50-foot buffer. 1's right near it. We did try to also propose some shrubs with the trees, kind of by the shed, because that's a grassy area where it looks like we could plant. It's within the 50, and it's also kind of fortifying the buffer to the salt marsh there. But I believe John can verify he'd be willing to keep that tree if everything else
The other
was
trees
acceptable.
being removed, are they, none of those are in the buffer, right?
I'm not in the 50, in the 100.
Like, I was just thinking, normally do we do a 1-for-1 trade in the 100, or I thought it was a 1.5, like, feels like 1-for-1 was a bit of a low trade.
What we did, so now if we take out that tree, we're proposing 5 for 3 in the 100, plus I proposed 8 shrubs. We didn't go add too many shrubs because as you can see, it's a very grassy kind of tree and grassy and ledge area, trying to kind of keep with that. But with the shrubs and now having 5 trees proposed for 3 removed, I think maybe that would be considerable.
Is there a chance we could get 6 in there? 6 for 3?
I'll defer to John, but I think yes. John, would that be reasonable to add 1 more? We could maybe confirm the location with Charlotte if the commission's amenable to that.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. No problem.
Thank you.
So let me just keep going through commissioners, and then I just have some thoughts. And I'd like, Commissioner Magnell, do you have any other comments or thoughts?
No, I was just wondering about the trees, the small trees though, which are in where the garage is going to go. It seemed to be an overgrown area within there.
Yeah, there will be, some removal there, less of trees, less than 6 inches to place the garage, but we have a mitigation plan and yes, those shrubby trees, I call them shrubby. I'm not an arborist, but those would have to be removed. Those, I'd say skinnier trees, maybe right up against the house and in the ledge. They are rooted in ledge. I don't know how much bigger they have, I don't know, an ability to get. And one is extremely close to the existing house, but those were surveyed as less than 6 inches in diameter, so.
And the driveway, will the driveway be constructed before the house? Is that why you're using it as the staging area?
Pardon me?
The shell driveway, will that be constructed before the house? Is that why you're using it as a staging area? Or
No, that would go in at the end so the equipment doesn't damage it. And I can shift it over. It's just trying to keep it maybe on the edge of the driveway and away from the ledge. Visually, it looked like a reasonable area. I could shift that towards the ledge more and make it more regular shaped, but I foresee that the shell driveway would be final.
I wasn't concerned about the shell driveway, just concerned about the construction staging.
Oh, yes, that would go at the end, I believe, that do final grading of the driveway and then place the shells.
Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Berrigan?
The picture that I'm looking at is ledge going to be removed there amongst, around the trees? Do they need
Yes,
to remove the ledge to remove the trees?
There will be some ledge removal, yes, and to build that foundation in that corner. Looking at surface, it's kind of tough. It looked like about 100 to 130 cubic yards. It's rough. I was looking at elevations going down to where the foundation is. Hard to tell what's underneath, but I tried to do a generous estimate. They don't plan on blasting. The ledge is kind of craggy and it's hard to avoid ledge on this site. The house is essentially seated on ledge on all sides, so.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Well, if they're gonna chip, the neighbors are gonna hate them. Move 160 yards with a chipper. It's gonna take a long time.
Really? That's what I heard. I mean, we could make a condition of approval. I'm not an expert.
That's outside of our jurisdiction. We don't have anything to do with
Yeah,
blasting.
Fire
but
department issues the
but-
blasting permits, and I
Just from having experienced
Yeah,
several of these in our neighborhood, blasting is far superior in terms of
really?
knowing the neighbors, and it's probably cheaper in the end.
Okay. I just asked the contractor that. I mean, we're in very preliminary stages, of course, but certainly we'll make note of that. I'm sure that'll come up with the excavators, but thank you.
Regarding the smaller caliper trees, are those less than 6-inch caliper trees strictly within the 100? Or are you removing any of the small caliper trees elsewhere?
Just within the 100, and some may even be outside the 100. I gotta look at my lines here, but no, none in the 50 for sure. Just in the 100.
And Charlotte, can you remind or just speak to is that our standard? Is it just strictly 6 and above within the 100, or what's?
Well, I mean, we don't have like a regulation, but our typical equation is 1-to-1 replacement in the 100, 2-to-1 in the 50. If there's a violation, obviously those numbers may change. And in the resource areas, which we're not dealing with here, but there would be more than 2-to-1 replacement. So yeah, that's typically the breakdown that we look for, but I know that obviously has varied depending on the size and location of the trees. So sometimes we agree on a number, sometimes we stick with the equation. It's kind of like, but that is our general breakdown.
And 6 inches caliper is
We haven't really officially decided on that. Depending on who you ask, some start at 4, some start at 6, 5. We don't have a number in our regs. So I guess, I think it's something that we should definitely look at, but for the purposes of the project, we might just have to, hash it out with a number. But that's why I kind of we can put a condition in about totaling the amount of trees, but I don't know if the commission wants to see that first, or if you're comfortable with a condition with that. I mean, I have suggested conditions obviously on preserving the trees within the limit of work with putting up, barriers and stuff, and we can definitely do that as part of construction. So that part I'm not concerned about. It just depends on whether or not you guys kind of want like a full total, especially with the smaller trees in consideration in the buffer zones.
I'd be hopeful if acceptable, if we could agree on a number. I think we're now at 3 to be removed, 6 replaced. I got 5. And we have 8 shrubs. If it's amenable to the commission, it'd be great if we could hash out the number and
that sounded good to me when we were talking about the larger trees, and then there was kind of a generalized comment about any number of smaller trees. So that's what gave me pause. I don't. I'm
Would
looking
it
at this
be
picture right
helpful
here, and
to either walk the site as a commission, or I can walk the site as a condition for
That's what I was going to suggest, walking the site. I mean, Chris, I don't know. I don't want to cut you off. Sorry, Charlotte.
No,
Chris,
sorry, I cut Chris off, so I apologize.
Yeah. Commissioner McIntyre, did you have it?
No, that's what I just have. I was just a little bit, I was wondering about what the status is, because there's kind of like a generalization of other smaller trees, which of unknown quantity. So that's why I was questioning.
Yeah. So, at the risk of sort of throwing a wrench in this, and what we have right now is a really natural sort of protected site, right? And what we're going to turn this into now is we're and look, I'm not saying we can't, but what we're going to turn this into is blasting out ledge, actually expanding the footprint of the house. It's not on the same foundation, putting in a giant crushed stone driveway. You're turning into some, beautiful kind of capey thing that belongs in a magazine, as opposed to this incredibly natural, sort of authentic site that we have now. And so if that's what we're doing, I want to be cognizant of that. And so I would like to walk the site before an approval, and I'd like to actually know, which trees of which size are coming down. And I don't want to just say, okay, anything below 6 inches, you're free to take it out. And turn this thing into, something on the cover of a magazine, when we're really just, kind of, it's a really a wholesale change from what the site's going to be now, for what's proposed, right? And so, I mean, there's been a lot of, discussion about how natural it is, and and that's sort of the attractive virtue of it right now, and what we are sort of required to make our efforts to protect. And I'm really not feeling comfortable just sort of issuing a blanket, permission to take out anything on the site that's below 6 inches and have your, 4 or 5 replacement trees cover what, what's being proposed. So I would want to, walk the site, and if the rest of the commission doesn't think that's necessary, I'm not absolutely mandating that, but I'd certainly like a more detailed analysis of what's being taken out. And I think there's some sort of rough discussion here too of staging and whatnot. You have a really natural site there, and now we're sort of, I'm not sure exactly, where, trucks are going to be cleaned and gas is going to be poured, and and how the work, and it's all really within the 100, everything we're doing here. And so I'm just not satisfied, personally, on the status of converting what is an incredibly natural spot into, what's being proposed without further mitigation. And that's sort of my 2 cents. But I'm just one vote. So with that, I'd like to maybe hear what Charlotte has to say, or any other commissioners want to chime in. It looks like Tom, you unmuted, just now too. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on this project so far.
Yeah, well, we can only work within the Wetlands Protection Act and our own bylaws, and really we have no say about what the house looks like.
Oh no, I'm with that.
But the aesthetics of the house, and so of the finished product, and so it is legitimate for us to define how the construction goes, in the sense of making sure there's an adequate place to put construction material, and how to get in and out of the site, and trees with, certainly the trees over 6 inches within the 100-foot buffer, and just about everything in the 50-foot buffer. So I don't think we've ever, as much as we have wanted to, I know a lot of the members have wanted to, myself included, at various times, try to steer a construction project to make something fit better in the environment, but unfortunately, that's really beyond our jurisdiction.
Let me ask you, Tom, and I'm just missing it, but is there a hard and fast rule that we only are allowed to require mitigation for 6-inch trees that are in the 100? They have to be small. They have to be at least 6 inch for us to require mitigation, unless they're in the 50.
We don't have a minimum size for trees in our regulations, and I obviously definitely would love to define that in the near future. We care about removal of vegetation. It's a regulated activity under the Act and our bylaws. So in the 50-foot buffer, obviously, especially, we have the right to, whether or not to issue a variance for the project. So we obviously talked about keeping that tree in the 50, and then in the 100, it's still in the buffer zone. But, we've stuck to a general guideline of, replacing 1-to-1 in the 100, 2-to-1 in the 50, more if there's a violation, more if there's a larger size tree. So we definitely don't have like a cookie cutter sheet where you do this, you have to replace that. So like we have these conversations at every hearing, but that's the general pattern that we stuck to. We haven't really narrowed a minimum size caliper tree, and usually caliper size is a little bit evaluated more for deciduous. Coniferous, you tend to go with height, and I can't remember why.
That's why I was sort of trying to tie my concerns with the wholesale change of the lot from this really natural area to, a giant crushed stone driveway you could fit multiple cars on, blasting out all that ledge. That's why I was really trying to tie it to something specific, and getting a real accounting and analysis of actually what's coming out, so that we could have a more solid and specific mitigation.
I agree with you, Valerio. I'm with you, and that's kind of where I was headed. I just don't have a good sense of the landscaping plan, which is something that we often ask for, and certainly within the 100-foot buffer, I think we have the right to ask for that, or at least have a better understanding of what the overall landscaping, because at first it just seemed like trees, and then it seems, yeah, I think it does warrant probably a sidewalk to get a sense of that.
I'd love to walk it, and I'd also love to encourage the applicant if we wind up continuing it, right? I'm just like Chris and I, it seems like we are in somewhat agreement, but we're 2 out of 6 on the, here tonight. But should we continue it, I'd love to get a real detailed actual accounting of what's coming out and a more specific mitigation plan of what's going back in, because I just think that's reasonable to do. Yep, sorry.
I'd also feel the same way, like just given how much of this is in the buffer and how prominent it is in Little Harbor, just be more comfortable to just understand the site and the extent of the tree removal before we make a decision.
And that also goes for staging and storage of construction materials and where things are going to come out, and just be more specific about that too, because this really is a natural site, and this is what we're here to do. And I appreciate Tom making sure that I keep my eye on what I'm allowed to look at, but I do think that's these concerns are relevant and within our purview to request. So that sounds like you've heard from now at least 3 of us who have similar concerns, Caroline. So
yeah, could I just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
This is my opinion, but they really worked hard to work within the footprint of the house. They did not crease the footprint towards the water where there's land or towards the resource areas. Generally, they work beside it. By relocating the driveway, that's making it a 2-car wide driveway, which is pretty common with a new home, I would say. And we are shifting the driveway out of the 50. Right now it's in the 50-foot buffer and there's no protection. So I know it looks, the increase in impervious is 178 square feet. I feel like they were thoughtful. I know it's a big lot. It's 3.4 acres. It's natural, but the impact, I feel, for a raise and rebuild, it's to minimize impact. I mean, you need a driveway to your house. We could leave it in the 50. I don't think anyone would like that. So we shifted it. Yeah, it's wider, but I think a 2-car wide driveway, when you're investing and it's a pervious driveway, is pretty reasonable. Why I put the materials stockpiling area there is to put it as far away from the resource area without piling it on ledge, because they're not going to pile it on ledge. And that driveway would be a single vehicle entrance while there are materials there. I could move that a little. It's rectangular, but it was really trying to keep within the footprint of the house and the front of it and the dwelling.
I think there's a appreciation for what's been done, but you could imagine, like, now, as Chris and Valeria, you've heard, like, sort of a carte blanche for small tree removal is risky for us. And so, I can only speak for myself. I appreciate the thoughtfulness in the decisions around impervious, but I'm familiar with, I walk by that a lot.
Right.
There's a lot of trees there, and if we're saying that everything under 6-inch caliper is free game, like, that's a concern. And I'm not saying that you would do that, but I think given our stewardship of what we have to understand,
Right.
I would think that's incredibly important.
Well, we do have to locate the driveway, and if we're moving out of the 50, another thing is, I thought the requirements are just to locate trees 6 inches and wider, which is what we actually go down to 4 inches, but I've never been held to trees less than 6 inches. I understand the overall concern, but I don't, know of a policy to locate smaller trees.
It's impact to the buffer zone, and so landscaping in the 100 is what we're talking about, I think, here, and we just don't have a sense if you're just going to clear, if it's like a scrubby ledge type natural situation that you plan on cutting down everything and bringing in loam to put lawn, like I just don't know. And so that's
No,
what.
the
No,
only
no.
approval is in the driveway, but we are removing it from the 50. The driveway's gotta go. And as I said, I think, you know, with an investment, a 2-car garage is pretty standard. It's not a 3-car garage. It's
Yeah,
not a
we
4-car.
can't be concerned about the economics here of,
Right,
just like
but,
we can't be concerned about the aesthetics, we really can't be swayed by economic arguments either.
agree.
I mean,
I mean-
our authority really, and our mission is to first and foremost, preserve the resource. And
Yeah.
secondly, the buffers to the resource.
Mhm.
So it's certainly within our, I think, within our jurisdiction to talk about the size of the driveway. It's in the 100-foot buffer. And it is, I think it's a good idea to get it out of the 50. We're going to trade off something, I suppose, here to get it out of the 50-foot buffer. And so I hear your argument that yeah, it's out of the 50, but it's going to be wider, but it's going to be in the 100. So maybe there is some horse trading that can go on here in terms of the landscaping. I think the point that we need a landscape plan is really important here. It's certainly in other lots that we've looked at where there's been development, and particularly ones that are as sensitive as this one, we've weighed in pretty extensively about what can be planted, how it can be planted, when it can be planted. So come back with a landscape plan.
Yeah, I mean, and so I think we have permission to walk the site already, right? So
I think that's a good idea.
And so I mean, I would like to do that, whether Charlotte, I'll defer to you as to whether we've sort of set that up for everybody, or I think we have that form signed in the folder already, right? So or do we
Yeah,
not?
I'm willing to do whatever the
Yeah.
commission and Caroline and John feel is
So you
best.
want-
I mean, if we want to set up a group visit, just know that obviously this would only be a show and not a tell and discussion. You guys
Yeah,
know
we
that
wouldn't
very well at this
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if
Maybe
you
get
guys
on
all
with
want to
that.
walk the site
Yeah.
together, you know, we can walk around and I'll look at it. I think it'd be helpful for the commissioners to get, you know, a visual, you know, on the site with the plans in hand. Caroline, I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but if you might be able to stake out the limit of work and the building corners, that could be helpful.
And the buffer lines.
Well, that's
Yeah.
all the buffer
that have
lines
been
are,
surveyed. We have the wetland flags.
yeah, the wetland flags are on the site, yeah.
The,
Would it be
on the
possible
west
to
where you
tag
see
the
mean
trees
high
that will
water,
be removed?
it's a pretty steep drop off on the west side, as you can see. That's staking out. I think that's if you need it, I guess.
Well, I guess what does
Can
the
talk to
commission
owner
feel
and
most
make
comfortable with? I
sense
mean,
at all.
we've asked for a variety of stuff to be staked out depending on our site visits. It really depends on the project, but we usually do like to see limit of work. In certain cases, we want to see where the buffer zone is. We want to see where if there's a new driveway or something being proposed, we want to see where that center line is. 4 corners of the building is usually bare minimum for at least where the proposed dwelling is going to go. Sometimes that's not always possible with an existing
Well, in this
structure
case, there's a
way.
building there that they're building on the footprint, so.
Yeah,
that's a
so I
good
mean,
point.
you could probably
But-
take it, yeah.
But
probably don't do that.
but certainly the 100-foot buffer and the 50-foot buffer, we'd like to be able to get some notion of where it is when we're out there.
Okay, so stake the buffers.
Yeah.
So that may take some time. I'm not sure of our survey. We need survey to do that and expend.
Well, they only need to be done where you're actually going to do work. You've got, how big is this? An acre and a half lot? Acre and 3?
Yeah.
Plus.
It's 3 plus 1.5.
So you don't need to stick the buffers where you're not proposing to do any work.
Okay. Just
but
a
can you-
100-foot buffer, the 50-foot buffer. Do you need both buffers staked for a site visit? It's hard with the ledge too. I mean, I'm just trying to imagine what this is.
You can use a spray can.
Okay, on the,
Yeah, I mean,
Don't get carried away, but you can.
Yeah.
So This is Caroline. I'm happy to have this is like a bigger
Yeah.
conversation, but for just to put you with a reference for our regulations, we say for all NOI projects, work area, location of proposed structure should be flagged and staked. Any vegetation to be removed should be flagged. Resource area, buffer zone, outer buffer zone, buffer strip should be flagged. All wetland delineations must comply, blah, blah, blah. Site plan requirements are to be in place at least 5 days before the hearing. Site requirements may be imposed for RDAs and emergency certifications as necessary. So this is something that like I will definitely be enforcing more consistently moving forward. We've kind of, been a little lax with this, and it definitely depends on the project, especially if the commission wants to walk the site. But that is unfortunately, that should have been done for all NOIs, but we've just been selective based on the complexity of projects. So moving forward, that might be more consistent.
It's hard for us to go out on a site
Yeah.
if we're unfamiliar with it and not have some point of reference. And those buffer lines are really what are what we need to see.
I'd also like to see that.
An extent of work.
Sorry, Tom.
What, I'm sorry, okay. Charlotte, I'll work with you for a list, but this would be done before site walk, I guess? Is that? what-
Yeah, because I'd like to see where the foundation's being bumped out. It's sort of like a K now, and you're kind of making it squared off on that top right corner.
Mhm.
I'd like to see what what the actual structure is going to be, and then kind of the limit of the new crushed shell driveway, which I appreciate the impervious nature of, but I mean let's be honest, right? The pervious nature of, excuse me, yeah, the pervious nature of. But I mean, when we call this project a raise and rebuild, that's a little bit of disingenuous, right? I mean, we're tearing up, a whole bunch of ledge for a driveway. We're turning a natural spot into, a manicured spot. So it's, I get it.
Raise and rebuild applies to the dwelling. I think that's kind of the terminology we use.
Yeah, anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open a can of worms with that. So let's see if, yeah,
I
go
had
ahead,
a
sorry.
question, are we going for stormwater with this approval as well?
No.
This is just it's a notice of intent before the commission, Sanji, and there is an administrative permit that was submitted along with the NOI for stormwater. So I will be reviewing the administrative stormwater permit, but obviously if you guys have any questions or comments about that portion of the review, you can definitely direct those to me. We work with applicants to hold off on a decision on the administrative permits until the NOI is resolved. Yeah, if you guys have questions about the particular stormwater design, then you can, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I guess my question is, it's a matter of process, and I'm not a process expert here, but if we are going to visit, to make the most out of the visit, to us understand the full extent of the project, should we try to understand how, is there going to be a dry well? What's the, where that, there's a lot of ledge here. Where's all this going to go? I think very naively, because I'm not an expert, but is there a runoff issue here that we need to be thinking about? It's very prominent in Little Harbor. So that's my point. I don't know if it's appropriate to think about it now, but if we're going out there, is there any way for us to look at both aspects of the?
Yeah, I think, I mean, if you guys want to go out to the site and take a look at it as part of the NOI, and if you guys have particular questions about the stormwater administrative permit that was submitted, feel free to direct those to me. I mean, I think in the buffer zone, you can kind of talk about it a little bit, but since the administrative permit doesn't require a hearing, that's where it's kind of like that weird differentiation
We
in
know
procedures.
where any dry wells or where any stormwater remediation, where the stormwater is going to go if we've take out.
Sorry, go ahead, Caroline. I don't know if you want to answer.
There's one proposed in the rear of the house. We met all the stormwater standards prior to installing this dry well. That's going to be an additional benefit for roof leaders. We exceed the 10 standards even before the dry well. So we did propose one. It works for the homeowners. It works for the harbor. And we'll be sending roof leaders from the rear to a dry well in the back. There's few areas we can't really put one in front with the ledge. But again, the increase in impervious is 178 square feet, but we do have much more than that directed to a dry well in the rear where there is some grassy area where we think we can get a dry well.
And I guess, Mr. Chair, since, you know, we're definitely well past half an hour for this one. I'm sorry, I've been terrible at timekeeping tonight, but, so it sounds like the commission would like to request a continuance. We do want to look at the site together. It sounds like we want to see the 1,500-foot buffer only within the limit of work staked. I think some commissioners would like to see the limit of work on the site. And then just the location of where the driveway is going to go. I think we can all figure out the house because obviously a good portion of it's going to be in the existing footprint with a little bit of bump out for the garage.
You just
Is
maybe
that
marking
it?
that corner of the, just maybe marking that corner of the garage.
Yeah,
Like
in the
not-
corner
yeah.
of the garage.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And
Yeah,
then,
and then just the actual accounting or of, you know, the different vegetation that's coming out within the 100
Okay.
and the mitigation planting plan as to, you know,
yeah,
how that's going to come back.
okay.
Okay, regarding some guidelines, I thought, you know, we went above the planting list, but do you want, like a Brad Holmes or, a landscape architect?
I don't care if it's in crayon, but by one of you guys. Although I mean, obviously your work is
Well,
clean
we
and
did
quality.
that.
Yeah, I like. But I mean, for me personally, I'm not requiring that you hire somebody else. I just like to know what the actual, you know, what actual numbers are for the different kinds of plants that are coming out in trees, and then where the mitigations are going to go back in. I'm not trying to create more, you know,
Yeah.
more money being spent or something and trying to direct you to some particular engineer. That doesn't matter to me, right? I just, yeah, it just,
Sure.
yeah.
We
Go ahead.
did propose a planting plan for shrubs, grasses, and trees. However, I understand that would be revised. Would you be making recommendations, or could Charlotte make them? Or do we need to go outside? It sounded like we didn't need to go outside. You just maybe say, I'd like a few more trees, or.
Well, we
Not
can't
sure.
discuss that on site because you'd have a quorum of commissioners outside.
Okay,
of
or
the public
after
hearing.
the site? I'm just.
Yeah, so I could talk about, based on the commissioner's questions, Caroline, I could talk about it with you and John offline.
Okay,
and we can
okay.
put
Yeah, I
together a
think Charlotte follows what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess Caroline, you said you might need a little bit of time to, you know, just stake the site out. Would you like a continuance to February 6th instead of the 23rd? That would give you a little bit of time to set up a site visit with the commission in January, perhaps, and then we could get out there for early February. Or do you think that's too tight? Or I just figured the 23rd might be too tight for us, but
No, I'm wondering, I could tell you tomorrow. I'd love to
Okay.
continue to the next meeting and
Okay.
see if I can rush a survey.
Okay.
crew out
Yeah,
there.
let's put you
Okay.
on for the 23rd, and maybe, you
Yeah.
know, we're all local, and see if we can
That's
get
fine.
out there. Yeah,
Okay, and then, yeah, if
I'm
you
not-
need more time, Caroline, if you need a continuance, you can always push it off. But yeah, we can say 23rd, January 23rd for now.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so buffers, the corner of the dwelling and the driveway, spray paint.
And I think they wanted the limit of work, just so we can see the limit of clearing, or, you know, in the ledge area, like you can probably spray paint it, I think.
The limit of work, the silt sock area.
Yeah. You don't have to do along the driveway, obviously. I think we can figure that one out.
Okay. Okay, all right, we'll keep busy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Great. Thanks, Caroline.
Okay.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, great. So that's continued till the 23rd. Let's see what do we got next here. Next, in accordance with MGL Chapter 131, Section 40, Cohasset Wetlands and Stormwater Bylaws, the commission will open the public hearing being held via Zoom for an amended NOI 23-13 to shift the proposed house location, install an elevated deck, raise the top of the foundation as in lift, plant and remove additional trees, and install new utility structures at 83 Spring Street for applicant David Wan Revocable Trust. The public has been invited to offer input by emailing cpectel@cohassetma.gov, and details for access to Zoom are on our website. The public hearing is now open. Charlotte, I'll turn it over to you to turn it over to the applicant team.
Hi, Jeff. Hi, David. We've,
Hello.
did you
Happy
guys
New
have
Year,
my-
everybody.
Hello. Sorry, can you guys just quickly introduce yourselves for the record, and then feel free to share your plans, Jeff?
Sure. Yeah, Jeff Hassett here with Morse Engineering. And David Wan is here as well, the property owner.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you.
Same to you.
Same to you.
Thank you.
All right, so David owns the property at 83 Spring Street. The project is to construct a new home on this property, and that was approved by the Conservation Commission in 2023. He's ready to begin construction, and we're here this evening seeking an amended order of conditions for 5 minor revisions to the site plan. So I'll run through them. They're outlined in the submittal letter. The first is to move the foundation by 7 feet. Where the house was proposed to be constructed is hatched here, and it's being shifted in a southwesterly direction. The wetland is in blue, the 50-foot buffer is in red, and the 100-foot buffer is in green. So you can see it's moving diagonally or horizontally to the wetland. It's not moving closer to the wetland at all. Secondly, we're proposing an 8-foot deck along the side and rear of the house. So that will have no adverse impact to either. It's going to be supported by sonotubes elevated up at the first floor and doesn't create any additional impervious. There'll be gravel, crushed stone underneath it. Thirdly, the top of foundation is being raised by 2 feet. That doesn't change the site work at all. It's just a matter of giving them 2 feet more of headroom at the lower level. Fourthly, there are 4 additional trees along the driveway that we're asking to be removed because they're unhealthy. The relatively small trees are about 4-inch caliber. 3 of them are non-native Norway maples, and 1 is a cedar tree. Since we filed this application, 1 of those actually has come down, and David took photos of that and submitted to Charlotte. You can see that in the photos that tree is completely rotted out and covered in vines, which is probably why. And then fifthly, we're adding additional detail to the plan for the utilities. Under the existing driveway, there's currently an existing gas service, but that needs to be connected at the street, and then at the end of the driveway, extended into the house about 30 feet. So we're calling that out on the plan. And then for the electric, there's actually under the existing driveway, there's an existing electric conduit. But in order to connect to that, we have to install a new utility pole on the side of the road, and then make that connection, and then same thing, extend it to the house. The benefit of that going underground with that electric is the conduit's already in place, so it's minimal site work. And currently the home is serviced, the existing home is serviced by an overhead wire and overhead poles going through the wetland. It runs here and here to the existing home. So the wires and those 2 poles will be removed, and then ongoing, there won't be any need to prune the vegetation along those wires. So that's a net benefit. And lastly, the existing house is now is going to be demolished. That's always been the intent. But we added a note on the plan that during construction it would be used for storage. It's very small. It's about 300 square feet. Doesn't change the scope of the work. Ultimately, it will be removed, but just clarifying that it will remain there during a portion of the construction. So that's the summary. That's the extent of the revisions. In our opinion, they're minor and will not have any negative impact on the wetlands.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Tom, Commissioner Bell, any thoughts, questions?
Yeah. Have you had an arborist look at these trees that are to be removed?
Charlotte and I looked at those trees together. They are all dead. And all 4 of them, all dead. And the one in the middle of the driveway, that has fallen down already. All those 3 other trees are in the front or entrance of the driveway. And Charlotte has seen them, and we took pictures of them as well. And those trees are tall enough, and if they fell in a certain way, it will block the Spring Street.
Are these the Norway maples, David?
I am not sure. I'm not really knowledgeable like you do.
Yeah, Tom, they're the one that fell down was a Nori maple wrapped in ivy and it was dead. And so that's the one that fell already. And then the other, there were 3 total that were Nori maples. And then I think David, one of them was like a mostly dead / falling apart, little scrawny cedar. But most of them are Nori maples covered in ivy. I think one of the Nori maples actually doesn't even have a canopy anymore. It's just like a, is that the one that fell, David, or was that the one that didn't have a canopy that was just like a half trunk?
I'm not really sure, but
It
is
looks
the
like
one.
it looks like it from the photo you sent, the one that fell across the center of the driveway. It looks like it was the half trunk one. I can pull up a photo, but yeah, it looks like that is the one. So yeah, sorry, Tom, to answer your question, yes, most of them were Nori maples, and then there's a really scraggly, mostly dead, falling apart cedar.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I don't have a problem with that. And what was the reason for shifting? Did you say 7 feet? You're shifting you want to scroll back to?
Yeah, the house is moving 7 feet.
Yeah.
David, do you want to explain the rationale behind that?
Well, we had a long conversation about staying within the footprint that existed there, but as you say, it does not move closer to the wetland in any way. Is that right?
That's correct. And to clarify, the existing dwelling is here, and where the new dwelling moved over here. The outline that I point out was where it was originally proposed.
Yeah, I remember now. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have a problem with that.
And also, by shifting, it goes, the footing goes outside of the 100 buffer zone.
Yeah, that's true. It does move it slightly out a corner of the foundation outside of the 100.
Yeah. Okay. And no additional trees need to be removed to shift this or not?
There are 2 additional trees, one here and one here, and they were approved administratively to be removed. They've been removed and mitigation trees have been planted.
Okay.
And they're just outside the 100-foot buffer, Tom, so those 2 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was one small 6-inch caliper in the 100, but we did talk about replacing that. So David has planted 2-to-1 for that particular tree in the 100, and then we did agree on a 1-to-1 replacement for the trees, even though they're outside the 100-foot buffer, just given the sensitive area they were in and the size they were. David did plant 5 trees total in the 100-foot buffer. We're a little bit too, actually, some of them are even possibly I think some of them are in the 50. It's where that outhouse is going to be removed in that general area where it says limited clearing on the plan. That's where the trees were planted.
Yeah. Okay. Now, that's it for me.
Commissioner Berrigan?
No, I don't have any questions. I think everything seems straightforward. And
Commissioner Magnell?
I've got no additional questions. No, it's not, it seems an insignificant change.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Yeah. Questions or comments?
And then so same for me. Do I have a motion to? I mean, or is there anything else, Charlotte? Do you have any conditions or any other thoughts that we should be considering? Oh no, I'm sorry, Sanji, Commissioner Fernando, I missed you. Sorry, Sanji,
sorry,
you weren't on
Sanji.
my screen there.
Sorry. No comment. Yeah, I'm all set. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Sanji. Yeah, go ahead, Charlotte.
Yeah, so since the trees are, they are obviously, very sensitive area, and one already has come down. David and I did talk about that it is feasible, and David, correct me if I'm wrong, if anything has changed, but it's feasible to cut them down by hand. And I'll defer to the commission on what you would like to do with the trees once they're cut, but we don't need to come in with, a bucket truck and heavy stuff unless there is a need to do that. But it seemed like the trees could get cut down without any hazard to the utility lines and stuff like that.
I think those 3 trees can be cut by hand. And the guy whom I hired to chop down 2 additional trees to move the house 7 feet, he chopped them all by hand.
Okay.
So I don't think there will be any heavy trucks involved.
Okay. So he doesn't need
Then
like a
what's the
bucket truck.
proposal for the leftover tree material, the wood?
Mm-hmm.
Are you gonna take that away? Are you gonna leave it on site?
However, commission wants me to do, I shall do. I have no preference.
And can you point them out again? Where are they with related to the setback?
It's at the beginning.
Yeah, so near wetland flags C5 and C6, Valerio, that's where there are a handful of dead Nori maples covered in poison ivy, and one already fell down. And then the scrawny little, mostly dead, falling apart cedar is a little bit further back on the opposite side of the driveway. I think it's around wetland flag 19 or in between 18 and 19, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, sorry, Valeria. Did that answer your question? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Valerio, you're muted. Oh, wait, now we can't hear him. Can you guys hear him?
No.
Sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry, guys, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, my headphones died, and so I couldn't hear you. I didn't hear your response. I apologize.
Sorry. So the 2 remaining dead Nori maples covered in ivy, Mr. Chair, they're near C5 and C6 on the left-hand side towards the beginning of the driveway. And then the 90% dead cedar that's really small is near wetland flag 19, or it might be a little bit further back between wetland flag 18 and 19 on the opposite side.
Do any of the other commissioners have a preference as to whether we leave? I mean, typically I always like to leave the wood, but what do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of our standard. I mean that's what we've had other projects do when they drop trees in the wetlands. And if I missed this, I apologize, but what is there a replacement? Did I not hear a replacement plan, or is there?
No, we weren't proposing any replacement trees for these ones, just being that they're dead.
And that's just based on whose assessment that they do? I mean, I know
Charlotte's observed them with David. They're
Charlotte, is that
pretty obvious that they're dead.
I'm just concerned about like our consistency and stuff. I
Oh,
think
sorry, what was that, Chris? Sorry.
I'm just regarding our consistency. Is it like we don't typically have dead trees replaced? That's fine, and if they're dropped, that's I think it's been pretty consistent.
So I think when the trees are kind of a hazard, we have backed off a little bit on replacement requirements. Like the one example I can cite is for 21 Gammons Road. Remember that guy who wanted to cut down like 10, 11, 12 trees, and most of them were dead. And we agreed on a replacement plan that was like, it was a portion of those. And then we wanted some of the wood on the site. So we came to like an agreement, and we worked with Brad Holmes for that.
Let me jump in for a second, because I think I can resolve this. I think, if Charlotte, if you've worked with Mr. Wan and determined and decided that these are actually dead trees and they're ultimately could be a hazard, and Mr. Wan doesn't have any problem leaving them on site, we just drop the trees and leave the material on site. And I certainly wouldn't have a problem with that solution. And that might resolve it for everybody, unless Chris, you have further.
No, I'm fine. Yeah, that's where I was going next.
Yeah, I thought it was. So just to cut through it, do any other commissioners have any other thoughts about those trees or any other issues there?
No.
Charlotte, any other conditions or considerations that we should have?
So I mean, I think in terms of the trees, if you guys are good with having them cut down and removed by hand and placed somewhere in the buffer zone, I'd rather they not obviously get thrown into the wetland. And David has been good with that in terms of working with me to place the material for the other previous trees that were cut down under the original plan. So I think if they can go somewhere in the 50-foot or 100-foot buffer on the site, and if the commission has a preference, let us know. But I'd rather they not get pushed or thrown into the wetland. I mean, if it happens naturally, it is what it is. But I mean, if there's a better
I
place,
like that. I mean, should we make that a written condition, or I mean, I don't care either way. I'm happy that they just work with you on resolving it.
Yeah, I would.
I'm good with whatever you guys want to do.
And I think you can work with them on placement, but I think they'd serve better purpose for the resource as
Okay, so you wouldn't mind them just getting pushed over?
I'd rather they don't just get pushed into the wetland, right? I mean,
Right.
if we're gonna leave them in
That's
the
what I'm
buffer
saying.
zone,
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, put them in the buffer or put them?
Charlotte,
Just
I
what
think
you
you
said,
can
Charlotte.
work with them on the placement, and I agree with
Oh,
you
okay.
that they don't necessarily need to be in the wetland, and that's not ideal. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on. I was typing that. So I was gonna say, like, the dead trees along the driveway shall be cut by hand with no heavy equipment entering the wetland. And the felled material shall be placed at the direction of the conservation agent somewhere on the site within the buffer zones.
Sure. Yep.
And we do not want replacement for the trees.
No, I don't think we need it if they're dead. That's fine. As long as we're
Okay.
consistent, like Chris said. I think
Well,
we're good.
I would say, like, dead trees that have been posed as a hazard, we have not consistently required replacement. But if it's just like a dead tree that's not a hazard and it's just standing in the middle of nowhere that someone just thinks is ugly and they want cut down, we have asked for a replacement. But considering one of these trees has already fallen, I'm not an arborist, obviously. I can't confidently say that all 4 trees are a safety hazard, but they are definitely. I can confirm that they are dead. And the cedar tree was like pretty much 99% dead. There was like a little bit of green at the top, and that was it, and the rest of it was all brown. I mean, whether or not they are, of course, by an arborist deemed a safety hazard, I can't weigh in on that. But one of them has already fallen down, like one of the Nuri maples. So, yeah.
I'm okay with what we've discussed, unless somebody else has another thought. All right, so Charlotte, are there other conditions that you want to bring up, or are we good, just standard with this additional one to work with you on the placement of these trees somewhere within the buffer zone?
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I'm good with it if you guys are good with it. So I just wrote the dead trees along the driveway shall be cut by hand with no heavy equipment entering the wetlands. The felled material shall be placed at the direction of the conservation agent somewhere within the buffer zones on the site.
That's great.
Okay.
And then, so do we have a motion to issue an amended order of conditions?
I'll make a motion to issue an amended order of conditions as stated by the conservation agent.
And based on the updated plans?
Yep, and based on the presented updated plans.
Any second?
Berrigan, second.
Great. No further discussion?
We need, Charles, do we need
Oh, yeah.
variance or?
Yes, but we can vote on that separately if you guys want. We usually do it separate.
Yeah, we're just double checking. All right, go ahead.
All right, roll call vote. Commissioner Bell?
Tom Bill, aye.
Commissioner Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Commissioner Fernando?
Sandra Fernando, aye.
Commissioner Magnell?
Steve Magnell, aye.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Chris McIntyre, aye.
And Valerio Romano, aye. So the amended order of conditions is approved unanimously. Now, let's craft the language for motion on the variance. Anybody like to take a stab at that? Charlotte, do you have any direction on that?
So we've issued a variance under the original permit, but originally under the variance, it was only the work near the home of, demolishing the existing home and reconfiguring the driveway. So you would have to vote to modify the variance request to work within the 50-foot buffer to remove the, trees and install the utilities as described in the amended plans.
I
With
make
any
a
additional
motion
conditions that
to,
you guys see fit.
make a motion to issue a variance for removal of the trees shown on the plan as discussed, and for the utilities on the presented plan for work within the 50.
Bell second.
Great. Roll call. Commissioner Bell.
Bell, aye.
Commissioner Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Commissioner Fernando.
Sanjay Fernando, aye.
Commissioner Magnell.
Magnell, aye.
And Commissioner McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valerio Romano, aye. Anything else that we should be doing tonight on this project, Charlotte?
I don't think so. You guys just voted on an amended.
All right, great. Well, this hearing is closed, or we closed the hearing and voted. So that's great. Good luck
Thank you
with
very
the-
much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Welcome.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. And David, I'll work on getting that issued to you in a little bit.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
See you soon.
Let me see where we're at now. Next, we have a public hearing continued from December 5th, 2024 for NOI 2434 for a proposed addition, including a covered entry at 34 Brewster Road. The public hearing is resumed. Charlotte, anyone from the applicant team available? Anyone to promote?
Yep. So we still have Jeff Hassett from Morse Engineering. I do see the applicant, Mike Haggerty, in the audience, and he's rejoining us in a sec.
Great.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, good evening. Hey, Jeff Hassett here again. So this is a continued public hearing for 34 Brewster Road. At the last meeting, we presented this project as an addition off the rear of the house, and then two smaller additions for just covered entries on the side and in the front. There weren't any comments pertaining to those additions, but it was noted during the meeting that the house is actually being reconstructed on the foundation. So we continued the hearing in order to note that accordingly on the plan. We also extended the erosion barrier around the house, giving them some room to work by foot around. And we also specified the magnolia tree to be protected during construction out front. So all this work is outside of the 50-foot buffer within an area that's currently an existing lawn, and we don't anticipate any adverse impact on the wetlands.
Great. Commissioner Bell, do you have any further thoughts, comments, questions?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Berrigan?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Fernando?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioner Magnell?
No questions. Thank you.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Yeah, just one question. I think one of the reasons we brought this, we wanted to have this kind of reissued was to just verify that the erosion, what's shown as the erosion barrier is that the limit of work as well, or will there be heavy equipment outside of that?
No, so the erosion barrier runs here, and that is the limit of work. There won't be any equipment beyond there.
And like you said, Jeff, everything within there is either lawn or existing building.
Right, and it's flat too.
Yeah.
No other questions then. Thank you.
Same. And I appreciate the re-noticing of it. I thought that was just to really describe the work. So I appreciate it. I don't really have anything else either. So with that, I'd entertain a motion or no, sorry, Charlotte, any other comments or thoughts that we should have, any conditions that we need to discuss?
For this particular project, I didn't have any conditions since it looked like Jeff and the applicant had addressed a lot of our concerns from the initial hearing, to, extend that erosion barrier, put the, protection screening around the magnolia tree, clarify on the plans that, obviously the home will be reconstructed on the existing foundation, and they did re-notify abutters just to clarify that for conservation.
Great. So I'd entertain, is there any motion on issuing an order of conditions?
I move to issue an order of conditions with our standard conditions. And Charlotte, did you say you had one more condition?
No, yeah, I thought I didn't. I thought everything on the plans looked like it addressed all of our comments. So
yeah, okay.
Any second?
Okay.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Commissioner Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Commissioner Fernando,
Sandra Fernando, aye.
Commissioner Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Commissioner McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
and Valerio Romano, aye. Is there a variance that we're voting on here?
no, since there's no work in the 50.
Yeah. So with that, good luck.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The hearing. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. You say the hearing's
good night.
closed.
Yeah, sorry, the hearing's closed, and we voted on it. So the public hearing was closed and we voted on it. Sorry, for some reason I write that in my script and then I never say it.
That's okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, guys.
All right, take care, guys.
Good night.
All right, let's see what's next here. Our next hearing is an enforcement order continued from December 5th for wetlands alteration at 34 Flintlock Ridge Road. This public hearing is resumed. Charlotte, I'll turn this over to you for an update.
Sure. Yeah, we actually do have an update for you guys. We have Brad Holmes here from ECR. And Brad, would you like to share the draft plan and go through that with us?
Sure. Thanks, Charlotte. Good evening, members of the commission. Brad Holmes with ECR. Jeff Hassett is also available, should be in the stands. I'll share my screen and pull up the plan. So this is a project that's been on with the commission for at least a year. There was unauthorized work done in the wetland and in the buffer zone. The contractor that did the work had removed some of the material from the wetland and attempted some of the restoration, but it failed. It didn't move any further. I had been out in the spring and met with Charlotte, and then recently in the fall, I met with Charlotte and Jeff Hassett on site, and we've been able to develop an existing conditions plan showing the location of the wetland resource areas and the proposed restoration layout. What we've been able to do is there's a wetland line that we delineated in 2015. This is the blue line here. This was associated with a septic system upgrade for the property before the current owner. And that wetland line was part of the Board of Health permit. And what's nice about that is we know where that wetland was, what the wetland limit was prior to the alteration that was done in the spring. So using that wetland line as our basis, we're able to locate the limit of the wetland and then the buffer zone that was altered. Looking through aerial imagery, we delineated the limit of where the lawn existed prior to the alteration, which is this line here. So based on that, we have an area of yellow, which is our buffer zone restoration, and our area of green, which is bordering vegetated wetland restoration. As I said, in the wetland, there was some remediation work done, but it still is lacking to remove all the fill and sediment that was in there. So what we're proposing is to the spring is to finish the removal of the sediment within the wetland. That would be done by a small machine supported by laborers. A lot of handwork, working around the existing trees, top dressing it with organic loam, and then revegetating it with saplings and shrubs. And then within the area that was a forested buffer zone, that inner buffer zone within your 50-foot buffer, but was previously wooded, that area would be restored with buffer plantings, remove the material that was put in there and restore it to a vegetated buffer. We do have a step-by-step kind of layout of the activities that would follow the wetland and follow the buffer, along with the seed mixes that would be applied to the area. We've included 8 tree replacement and 42 shrubs. So we have a pretty good plan set up. We wanted to present it to the commission to give you an update of kind of where we're at, and get your thoughts on it and comments. And if we need to make some revisions, we can certainly do that and get this back in front of you and have time to prepare for the spring. So with that, I'll bring it back to you if you have any questions, and we can go further.
Charlotte, mind if we start with you before we go through the commissioners? That you've been sort of following this along, and this has been, like Brad said, on our plate for quite a while. So, what are your thoughts, Charlotte?
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to share first. And I will add something with the owner that she asked me to share with you guys, because she has trouble calling in. But yeah, in terms of this plan, we did talk about it with Brad and Jeff on site, as Brad had mentioned. There is a little bit of dirt, obviously, or fill that still needs to be removed, which I think can certainly be removed by hand. I think we were all in agreement there, and Brad and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong. And then the plantings that Brad has proposed, they're nothing, completely off base of what Brad has already, offered us in other restoration plans. This is just going to be a little bit more effort, obviously, working in the BVW. And so, I think in terms of the buffer zone, natural buffer that they've added to the plan, I would be interested to see what the commission thinks about that and if that's sufficient. But in terms of the BVW stuff that Brad has submitted for replication restoration, I'm okay with it. And if you guys are okay with it, and then definitely wanted to go over reporting requirements and what we'd want to see with that. And then lastly, we've sometimes done this for restoration and replication stuff where we want to see conservation markers. I don't know if you guys would like those for this particular site. We've done them for others, and open to your feedback on that. And then lastly, I did speak to the owner, Miss Roth, this afternoon. She did want to, mention that, obviously, reiterate that, she definitely wants to work with us and follow, the commission's guidance. But, as you guys know, she did kind of get abandoned by this contractor who just up and left, and he doesn't have an address, so we can't track him, and he's pretty much blocked all of our numbers and texts and emails. And so she just wants to be kind of mindful with a little bit of the financial sensitivities here. And, if the plan gets, really complicated, or if it gets really expensive, she may need to move. She said that's not, it's something that she's thinking of. But obviously I did tell her that the enforcement order would typically remain with the property owner, but she was open to having it stay in her name, if she moves and has a new address. So we can talk about that in a year, 2 years, or whatever, if she does decide to move. But she just wanted to kind of, just bring it up that, she's financially limited in some realm. So, I mean, just something to keep in mind. But I'll defer to you guys on a plan with this, and, getting the work done and doing the reporting and monitoring for the next, however many years that you guys want.
Commissioner Bell.
Yeah, it looks like the remediation plan restoration plan is more than adequate, really. So I have no questions.
Commissioner Berrigan.
I would just ask Charlotte, what would be the recommended time that you would recommend to follow up on?
I would say 3 years, because we've done that with some larger violations in town, definitely one right down the street. So I think 3 years is a good standard monitoring period that we have typically put in for, you know, stuff like this where we need to restore like a buffer zone, and in this case is a wetland. And Brad, you know, I think using a similar template maybe to Beechwood Street, that I think is a really good model, if unless you disagree and you have any other time point changes. But I think 3 years is a pretty good standard to stick with, unless you guys are okay with 2. And I don't, you know, but yeah, I think 3 is pretty good.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Fernando?
No questions. Sounds like a good plan.
Commissioner Magnell?
I've got no additional questions now.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Yeah, I think it's a good plan. And just the monitoring, standard monitoring for this type of situation is 3 years, I think so.
Yeah, and I think this is a great plan. It's frankly, it's more than I expected. I mean, removing the fill was, you know, I was at least just sort of hoping for that. So I really, you know, appreciate the work that's gone into it. Charlotte, there was one other issue with what was there, wetlands flags or so? What else? Yep.
Oh yeah, so I guess so. It sounds like with all the commissioners, you guys are okay with the plan to, you know, remove the fill and revegetate the BVW and add this little, you know, buffer in the 50-foot buffer for, you know, taking out some lawn and putting in some more plantings behind the shed. Are you guys all okay with that layout?
Yes. I think everybody is.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and then the last question was like, do we want conservation markers installed either at the limit of the restored BVW or this limit of the planting buffer? Do we want, you know, markers?
Is that, you know, being my, you know, I know it's not really our concern, but is that is that going to be a big undertaking for?
I don't think so, but Brad, I'll defer to you on that. Like for the markers that we've used for other projects, are they like feasible? Like, are they kind of cheap and easy to put in, or? Because
Yeah,
there's
they're
like
not-
little circle markers. There's like, we don't have to do the full blown, like, you know, wooden ones. It could do like little circle markers, or I don't
Yeah,
know.
that could easily be incorporated at a low cost.
Okay.
Okay. So, I mean, if you think if the consensus from the professionals is that something that's appropriate, I mean, I don't really have an opinion either way, as long as you know, it's going back, but according to this plan. So,
What I can do is update the proposal to include the monitoring that we established on the Beechwood Street site. Put that into the narrative and then show some conservation posts at the limit of the buffer, and then get that into the files, and then hopefully get approval and we can get ready for spring restoration work.
I mean, I'd be willing just to make that a condition and entertain a motion on the enforcement order now, unless anyone has opposes that. Doesn't sound like they do. So, so I guess that, maybe some sort of condition that the monitoring shall, mimic that done in a previous Beechwood, enforcement action. Charlotte, is that appropriate?
Yeah, I was like, in my brain, I'm like, do we reference another enforcement violation in this one? Like, I don't know.
Okay, how about monitoring to be approved by the conservation agent?
Yeah, that's fair. So like we could vote to amend the enforcement order to implement the restoration plan. And Brad, if you wanted to touch it up and write like final administratively, I think that's fine, but we could vote tonight on this plan that we see here with the addition of a 3-year monitoring program, as recommended and agreed upon between the agent and the restoration professional, and install conservation markers as part of that restoration plan, and finalize, that on site or something like that. Like, would that be appropriate for everybody?
Yeah, I think that works. I mean, I just make that, let's mimic that language and make that motion. Do I have a second?
Oh, sorry. Does someone want to make the motion to issue the amended enforcement order with?
I thought I just kind of did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, you said it in an intro. Okay, okay, sorry.
Yeah, I was just mimicking your language. It's, let's issue make a motion to issue the enforcement update the enforcement order based on the plan supplied with the 3-year monitoring as may be agreed by the conservation agent and the professionals.
Tom Bell, second.
Great. I guess we could do a roll call vote. Commissioner Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Commissioner Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Commissioner Fernando,
Sanju Fernando, aye.
Commissioner Magnell,
Steve Magnell, aye.
Commissioner McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
and Valerio Romano, aye. Thanks for getting this all cleaned up, Brad and Jeff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys.
I'm glad this
Thank
is
you.
moving
Thank
forward. Thank you.
Yep.
Aye.
All right, let's see what we have next here. And so that's, I'm sorry, the enforcement order for 34 Flintlock Ridge Road is closed. Our next public hearing is show cause hearing continued from December 5th, 24 for tree removal at 45 Little Harbor. The public hearing is resumed. Charlotte, I'll turn this over to you for an update.
Sure, yes, we do have the property owners on the call. Let me just promote them. Just make sure that they, if that doesn't work, I can always just allow them to talk from the audience. Let's try that. Hi, Sal, can you hear us? You're muted. There we go. How you doing, Sal? Oh, interesting. Don't have volume. Sal, sorry, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you just have to, if you have headphones on or if you have to reconnect those. Sometimes you might have to call in from your phone for volume. Okay. What do you think, Mr. Chair? We I can't hear him. Oh, Valerio.
Yeah, Charlotte, so I mean, we have the restoration plan, right? Is
Yeah.
there a cease and desist out there for this also?
Let me double check the letter.
I was just looking at it right now.
Yep. No cease and desist because the trees were already, cut down in like late November, December 2023. And we were, discussing the other show cause for the abutting property. So we initiated this show cause much later in 2024 after the, other show cause was all set. So we didn't put there was no cease and desist issued with the violation. And, Sal had, Mr. Lunato, he had submitted a restoration plan, but I think the commission just wanted some more information. That's why we continued the show cause to just discuss that with him directly. And I'm sorry, Sal, I don't know if you can hear us or get volume, but you're also welcome to use the Q&A feature if nothing else works, if you want to type anything in. But I think the commissioners, the consensus last time was, it seems like you guys may or may not have wanted to see a little bit more on the plan, or did you guys want to keep it as is at this point, or?
Well, from looking at it, it was just sort of those X's at the.
It was, yeah, so it was I can pull up the
trees
plan.
and bushes like marked in at the top of the property.
Yeah, it was the two, so it was 2 cedar trees that were removed in the resource area / 50-foot buffer. So the property owners they're proposing 3 trees, eastern red cedar, in a similar location to where the trees came out. So those 3 black dots that you see, are being proposed to replace the 2 that were taken out, and then they're gonna do 3 bushes. Let me pull up the email real quick, but it was one of the species from our lists. It was hold on, it was the northern bayberry. So 3 northern bayberry and 3 eastern red cedars.
So 2 trees came out, but and this is right there. It's certainly and then but 3 are going back in and not 4.
Yes. So I think the 3 shrubs instead of 4, it's 3 trees and 3
Instead of the
shrubs
fourth
instead of
tree.
Yeah, 4 trees. Yeah.
Is there anything else that we should be considering, Charlotte? I mean, I'm going to run through the commissioners, but just to, sort of refresh or before we.
No, that was it. And I'm sorry, Ms. Luneta, we still can't hear you. I don't know if you're able to try using the call-in information from the agenda. Maybe you can call in on your phone. Let me check and just see, actually, see if he's in the audience. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, nope, never mind. So I don't know. I don't know if he wants to call in separately on his phone or something and get volume. But you are unmuted, at least on the Zoom, but it might just be a disconnection with the volume on your laptop or something. But yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair, that was it.
I just was going to say, Commissioner Bell, did you have any other concerns?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Berrigan?
No, I do not have any concerns either.
Commissioner Fernando?
Sorry, no concerns.
Commissioner Magnell?
I have no concerns, thank you.
Commissioner McIntyre?
Yeah, I think last time we discussed this, I kind of maintain the same sentiment that well, first of all, just for clarification, this is the resource area, not the buffer zone, right, Charlotte?
It's kind of an overlapping issue here. So yeah, it is resource area in terms of floodplain. It does look like resource area in terms of borderline coastal bank, but we don't obviously have a delineation on this particular property, but it's definitely in the 50-foot buffer regardless. It is in the floodplain, and it most likely, I mean, at least on the GIS mass mapper, it does appear to be in the resource areas like the coastal bank and any fringe marsh area, but I would estimate coastal bank. But like I said, we don't have a delineation, so it's 50-foot buffer regardless, but
So what's I mean, for working in the resource areas, do we need to have is that just like a buffer zone in terms of?
I think it's up to you guys. We don't have like a standard equation of replacement in a resource area. We've definitely done 1 to 100, 2 to 150, and then sometimes more than 2 to 1. Like I think for other larger violations, we've done I think 3 to 1 in BVW, but that was bordering vegetated wetland. This is not BVW, so I don't know.
Well, I'm just thinking about even the last hearing. So we had impacts to the wetland, wasn't Phil, but it was, we had a wetland specialist doing the work there, and here we're treating it as though it's a buffer zone, but it's not. And even if it were a buffer zone, I would say we've stuck to our standard pretty consistently with 2 to 1 ratio. So I don't really like the idea of just like trading shrubs for trees. We're pretty consistent. I'll take the shrubs, but I think a 2 to 1 at a minimum if we're going to look at it as though it were a 50-foot buffer, but it's a resource. So I think at a minimum I would say the shrubs but plus 2 to 1 would be something, and then I'd want to know who's going to do the work, because it's not just planting trees in a buffer zone, it's working in the resource. It's minimal, obviously, and they didn't go filling.
Yeah, Mr. Lanuto, I'm sorry. I know you don't. We can't hear you right now. I don't know if it seems like some of our commissioners, we like the shrubs and the trees, but our standard replacement, at least in the 50-foot buffer, especially, is 2 to 1. So I don't know if you want to use the Q&A feature, or if you want to put a thumbs up or a thumbs down if you want to add another tree to do 4 trees and keep the shrubs.
I think, like as Commissioner McIntyre said, this was sort of my concern also, is is getting the work done, in the resource area. I mean, I'd like, I'm sort of torn here because if I recall correctly, there's a question of sort of, I know it's not necessarily 100% relevant, but there's a question of culpability, right? I mean, does it turn out that this property owner did this, or was it his neighbor did it during his neighbor's project? And, but I think the fact is that, we do want at least 2 to 1, but then I also want to make sure that these trees, when they're put back in the resource area, it's done in a manner that really protects the resource, right? And so,
Yeah, and I'm happy to work with the owner on that in terms of, making sure they're planted correctly in the right spots. But yeah, I feel bad we can't hear him for input on, what his thoughts are about the additional 4th tree plus the shrubs, because it's 2 to 1 that we stick to usually.
But it's not just the spots, but I mean, just the actual,
Who's going to do the
actual
work?
activity in digging the holes
Yeah.
and fertilizing and everything else to make sure these things live.
No fertilizer.
I'm sorry?
No fertilizer.
Yeah, not fertilizer, but whatever the correct language is. Yeah, exactly. That's my point, right? So yeah, we're right there in the resource area. So is this something that we're all comfortable just sort of letting Charlotte,
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's using the Q&A feature. He can hear us. I just unfortunately still doesn't have volume. But he said I can hear. Who do you want to do the work? That was his question.
Well, I mean, is this I don't think it's really our place to give you a specific, company to hire. Is this something that the commission feels comfortable, assuming that we're okay with the 4th tree? Is this something the commission feels comfortable just letting Charlotte work with Mr. Lanuto on resolving the rest of it?
I think Charlotte knows what we'd be looking for in terms of heavy equipment and conditioning this with, so there's obviously no fertilizer. If you're comfortable with that, Charlotte, I think
I'm good with you guys are good. Yeah.
It's a good reminder about who did the cutting, and that had slipped my mind. So I think I'd be good with the 2 to 1, Charlotte kind of providing.
So Mr. Lanuto, are you good with getting it, with working a 4th tree in here somewhere? And I see you in the queue. Yeah.
Yeah, we can maybe wait for him to type a little bit, give us an answer on that. And
I mean, if so, I'm willing to defer to the rest of this to Charlotte, and then we can, we don't have to deal with a cease and desist to lift. So it would just be a motion to close the show cause hearing. But let's see if the 4th tree, if Mr. Lanuto is amenable to the 4th tree.
So did say I think my proposal was very fair, adding 3 shrubs for 1 tree.
Commissioner McIntyre, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, the horse trading thing. We're pretty consistent with our standard of 2 to 1. So, I just think about consistency, and I mean, I'm a 1 commissioner, so that's all.
I mean, I agree. I mean, but especially we're in the resource area. I would think a minimum of 2 to 1 would be what we'd be looking for. I'm not trying to be difficult, but then again, there's still 4 others. So
no, I agree with that. That we should stick by our guns here. I mean, this is what we've always done.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason to set an unusual precedent here to this.
We start, 3 shrubs equals 1 tree, it starts to get.
Would the commission be interested? I think we talked about this before, but now that we have Mr. Lanuto here, would you guys want to see just 4 trees without the shrubs?
That'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't want to put the shrubs in as well, that's up to him. But I think
Yeah.
But again, it's the resource area, and a minimum of 2 to 1 is what we've required for the 50, so. I'd be
I
happy
agree.
with some shrubs as well, but yeah.
Okay, so 2 to 1. Yeah, so I guess Mr. Lanuto, are you okay with the 2 to 1? So 4 trees, 4 cedars in that location of where you showed us on the plans. And then, you know, if you want to put in the shrubs, great. If not, I think that the minimum of the 2 to 1 replacement is what the commission's looking for. So are you okay with that, with the 4 trees? With or without the shrubs?
Technological problems tonight, huh?
I don't know. It's,
Yeah,
yeah,
what's the
it's
deal
bad
here?
luck tonight, I guess.
Maybe we could.
Can you just, do you have his phone number? Can you just call him and?
Yeah, let me try to get his
What's the
phone number
number?
and get him on speaker. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like that's all we're. Yeah, I mean, just if he's okay with the 4 trees. Otherwise, you know, I don't think we're gonna be able to
Hold on
close
one
the.
sec. Yeah. Let me
Hello.
Hi, Sal. Sorry for the technical difficulties, but you're on speaker.
It's probably me.
But yeah, are you, so it sounds like the commission, you know, they're emphasizing the 2 to 1 replacement. So 4 trees total, and then with or without the shrubs. Would you be okay with that instead?
What choice do I have?
Good question.
I mean, it makes, I don't understand what we're doing here.
Well,
Yeah.
Mr. Lanuto, if you'd like, it's just this is what we've been doing all along for years for all you know, unauthorized tree removal within the 50-foot. This is actually in the resource area, and conceivably, you know, the 2 to 1 is you know, sort of the minimum that we would ask for. And so, you know, I appreciate the, you know, the culpability issue and who's necessarily at fault here, but this is why we live in a beautiful town, is because we protect the resource areas. And so, you know, that would be based on our past conduct over years. Would be.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. Can you hear him? I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, I couldn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you said you understand my situation, but actually you don't, because the resolution is the same one way or the other, and that's fine. I mean, it's not the end of the world. I suggested some things as an alternative. I thought it was very fair. You still think it's not fair? Then what am I to do?
I just don't think it's an issue of fair. I don't want to go back and forth though. If you're agreeing to the 4, then we can leave it at that. But it's not an issue of fair. It's an issue of consistency on the commission's way that we enforce the.
Cut the trees down.
And so there are,
how many cases have you had before where somebody doesn't cut the trees down? Do you have a number of cases?
That's not
precedent. I mean,
so the issue there would be.
I'm trying to cooperate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm talking over you, but I got a terrible echo, and I don't know where to start and stop when you speak. So.
No, and I'm talking over you too, and I apologize. I'm not trying to be difficult. We're just trying to enforce this consistently. Now, I get the issue of not cutting the trees down yourself, and that's you know, sort of the 2 different facts, you know, coming from the neighbors and what's going on. And you're free to go after your neighbor in small claims for the cost of doing all this. You know, I mean, that's just not what we are here to enforce or protect, right? But 2 to 1, you know, 2 to 1 is the bare minimum for replacement within the buffer zone.
So I understood there's concern about how they get installed. and I asked the question, who would you like me to have install them? And you tell me, we can't tell you who to use, but then will you tell me later you don't like what I did?
Well,
No, what we're going to tell you is that
provide.
we have eminent confidence in Charlotte to make sure that all that works out well. So we're just going to let you work with her after. We just want to see 2-to-1 trees off our list.
Ms. Lanudo, sorry, you're still on my speakerphone, so I apologize for the echo.
It's okay.
Okay, so I guess sounds like I will, I will work with you to we can figure out where the trees are going precisely on the site, and I'll work with you to get them installed properly so that there's no issue. And it sounds like the commission's ready to close the show cause hearing tonight if there's no further questions.
Yeah, there's only one thing I'd like to mention.
Sure, go ahead.
That my proposal and my crew drawing with X's and O's was to replace the trees in the spots where they were cut down.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure that that was part of what got approved.
Yeah, and we did see it was hard to, zoom in and see it, but we did see the general location of where you were proposing those trees. So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I mean, I can just make the motion to keep it moving along. I'll make a motion to close the show cause hearing for, close the show cause hearing for 45 Little Harbor Road, based on 2-to-1 replacement with 4 trees going in and optional 3 shrubs at the homeowner's discretion. And the placement and the work shall be coordinated with the conservation agent Charlotte Pechtel to her satisfaction. Do I have a second?
Tom Bell, second.
Roll call vote. Commissioner Bell.
Tom Bell, aye.
Commissioner Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Commissioner Fernando.
Roger Fernando, aye.
Commissioner Magnell.
Steve Bagnell, aye.
Commissioner McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Valeria Romano, aye. Thanks for working with us, Mr. Lanudo. I appreciate your frustration. It's really just our goal in protecting the town. And again, thanks for working with us.
Good night.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, the next public hearing is show cause. Oh, and that's closed. The public hearing's closed. Our next public hearing is show cause hearing for lawn alteration in the riverfront at 39 Riverview Drive. Charlotte, I'll turn it over to you for an update.
Okay. Yep. So we have the property owner, Catlin, Ms. Campbell. Hi, you are muted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. This is like my first time using Zoom, I think, so I was really worried.
No
My
worries.
God, you're so lucky.
I know, I was getting nervous. I was sweating.
So I guess I'll give, I think commissioners, you guys have, it was reported to us that there was some alteration, land clearing at 39 Riverview. We can see it on the near map imagery, and in my letter to the Campbells, I did put that imagery in there. So she does have a little bit of information for us and some photos that she was able to find so far of what the site used to look like. And I'll let her talk more about that. And then she did talk to me, and that she has brought on Brad Holmes to, work with her and me to, fix this, but obviously wanted to get the commission's input tonight, after hearing, what happened from her end, and just go from there.
Am I just to talk? Sorry,
Absolutely.
I'm really
Go
nervous.
ahead.
I'm Caitlin Campbell. So we moved here in 2020. Originally when we looked at the house, the backyard was just kind of a lot of overgrowth. It's a reason why I actually didn't want the house, and I had said that a few times when we visited. And the realtor told us that it used to be cleared. It's just that the owners were older and didn't maintain it, and it just needed to be pruned and then maintained. And so that's kind of like what we did slowly through time since we've been here. Is it was, you know, huge overgrowths of vines and pricker bushes, and we cut that back, you know, thinking we were doing like a good positive thing, and extended the lawn part that they had. And I had never heard of the term wetlands. I looked through our deeds and our documents and I never saw anything. So I'm really just kind of like learning this all now. So we're really regretful of that. And yeah, it's always been our intention to put trees and bushes back there. You know, we've just been kind of doing things slowly just because of cost. And so, you know, we're very eager to work and correct things and do it the right way. We had just, you know, wanted a safe place for our kids and thought we were doing like a good positive thing. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. So yeah.
I mean, I appreciate that. And if you're not sort of immersed in this, you might, you know, one might think it's okay, you know, it's not a big deal to turn the, you know, that sort of vegetation into the lawn, you know, and I get it, you know, it's just that if everybody sort of just treated their property like that, Cohasset wouldn't look like Cohasset, right? So, and you're right there on the water, on that, you know, so you know, with that, I appreciate your willingness to work with Mr. Alms. I mean, I don't know, Charlotte, if there's anything, and I appreciate we're not, you know, we do sort of have a standard is the way we approach this. I don't know if you were listening in on the last hearing at all. We don't try to be difficult, or, you know, it's just sort of, it's kind of the way it is for everybody. If somebody does it maliciously after we've already told them not to do something, you know, then that certainly presents it differently. But absent that, you know, we're willing to just, you know, continue this, and you want to come back with a further mitigation plan, but that you and Mr. Holmes agree on, we'd sort of be happy with that. And you can work with Charlotte on what our requirements have typically been. I'm okay with that. Charlotte, what else should we be considering? I don't want to belabor it for everybody at this late hour, if we just need a mitigation plan anyway, you know.
Yeah, so just a couple quick things, just so that, you know, we can get a little bit of direction to work on a plan. So if you guys can all see my screen, this layer in orange here is the layer of where the state has shown wetlands. So Aaron River right here is in this light blue here. So, you know, not the whole property, but a good portion of the property is in the 200-foot riverfront. So we know the whole area is in 200-foot riverfront, but it does appear that a portion of the wetlands may have been altered. And so I did speak to Brad a little bit about this. We were trying to find some old plans, but basically he's going to go by the soils and the soil data that already exists, and then looking and correlating that with the location from Mass Mapper. We obviously we don't use Mass Mapper as an official delineation, as you guys know, but in these instances when we don't have a previous delineation, because this development on Riverview, I think it was from the 80s, and the septic plans didn't show any wetland delineations. So we don't have any previous reference to go by. So we're going by, you know, with the data that's already available and then correlating that and looking at it on site. So I definitely think a site visit, if Brad hasn't been here already, Caitlin, we'll definitely need to.
He came out. He
did
came out
come
last
out?
week.
Okay.
And put all the markers and stuff everywhere. Yeah.
Okay. So so he did mark where he thinks the limit of the wetland is based on this?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
good. So yeah, so since we have that, I think, you know, I can go to the site and I can take a look at it, and, you know, we can come up with a draft plan for the commission. But before we do that, I'll just note one small thing here. Did you guys have your property lines surveyed at any point when you bought the property or after you bought the property? Because at least on the map here, this is like, we can't accurately determine where the property line is, but it does look like a small portion may or may not have been extended onto the abutting parcel. So I don't know if you guys, at any point since you bought the property, have delineated your lines.
I don't think so. I think
No.
just the wetland part.
Okay, we'll figure this part out later, if the commission's okay with that, because I think that's a different component. This is a town parcel, so we're not dealing with like somebody else's private property, but it is, it may or may not be, you know, a slight encroachment onto the town property, so we'll just
Okay.
need to work with that, like, on a different end, but, if, you know, commissioners, I guess I'll just turn my last question to you, or last thoughts to you. In terms of what you'd want to see in the restoration plan. I mean, obviously we might, you know, it sounds like we're going to be dealing with a little bit of BVW replication and restoration, similar to what you guys may have seen already for 34 Flintlock. But I guess for the lawn and for Riverfront, what would the commission like to see in terms of restoration? Like, that might be a good discussion briefly to have, you know, just so Brad can have some direction on working on a plan. Like, how much yard do we want to keep versus restore, and where? So, yeah.
I mean, we just.
So I'm like so torn here, right? I mean, I want Caitlin and her kids and her family to, you know, enjoy the use of the property and the lawn and whatnot, and you know, I know realtors will sort of tell you anything, and I get it. At the same time, you know, I do want to kind of, we're right there on the river. You know, part of this is actually in the wetlands. You know, so I it's hard for me as one commissioner to sort of tell them what to do. I think Brad's really qualified. He's obviously done a lot of projects with the town. And so I'd love to see something that, you know, really makes an honest assessment of what was taken down, and, you know, an effort at mitigating it while hopefully still preserving, you know, this use of the property for Caitlin and her family to some extent. And so beyond that, I really will have trouble giving any solid direction without just sort of seeing the plan. But I just don't want, you know, I'm not necessarily wedded to turning everything back into the wild that it was, but you know, but as long as, you know, we have a really strong good faith effort to really be honest about what happened, and, you know, and considering the 2-to-1 issue, how to replace it. So I'm just one. Commissioner Bell.
Well, we don't really have a tree count to base this on. And I'm not sure we can determine that from near map, can we, Charlotte?
It'd be tough. I mean, I can.
It was mostly scrubby stuff, right? Pretty, we're not talking about.
Hold on, I can pull up the picture, Caitlin, that you had sent me today. Sorry, 1 second. But yeah, you can see that it's definitely.
There's some trees. The near map shows definitely some, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Oh, I thought I pulled it into my drive. Sorry, 1 moment. I can just pull it up in my emails, or OneDrive, actually.
Yeah, I went through the OneDrive pictures.
Yeah, the picture that she sent in the email. Can you guys see that? But yeah, I'm slow to pull it up, but you guys might be able to look at it more quickly. Sorry, I had to go open up my email again. I keep it closed because it slows my Zoom. All right, there we go. Perfect. So this is, if you guys can see this, this is the photo that you have so far. And then, you know, if you do have anything in the, you know, that you find later on, that'll be great as a reference. But yeah, this is kind of what we're looking at from back here. So you can see, you know, some trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Can you clarify, this picture is today, or?
No, this picture was prior to us buying it from like the realtor had sent. So a lot of those trees like along the water line are still there. It's just more of like the side like shrubbery things that we removed. And we did have one huge tree that came down when we had that big storm in like 2021 where we lost power a bunch. That came down on the left side of our house. But it was tons of like overgrowth and just like vines and stuff. And there was like a swing set that was like in it. So it did seem like the story of them saying like, oh, it used to be yard and stuff, like did seem plausible because I don't know when the swing set was from, maybe from the 80s or 90s, but it did seem like it had been cleared prior. So I don't know. It's just
Charlotte, I think if you look at the April 12th, 2022, you can see that there might be, it's hard to say whether there's 2 trees there or just one with 2 leaders. And I'm sort of lean towards the 2 leader thing. And then there's a smaller one to the right. So you got to scroll back all the way to 2022.
April?
Yeah. So, it's good. Yeah. So, this looks like it could be 1 tree. And here's another, a very small one here, probably less than 6 inches. So it doesn't look like a lot's been removed. And then there's, it's hard to say what this is actually. But you can tell by the shadows usually with these things.
Yeah, like I see some shadows here. It's just not.
Yeah, but these are from trees that are
clear.
over here. You know, it looks like they might even be out of the zone.
Can I go back a little bit, Tom, for reference?
Or just to get a grasp of what's going on here, like, is there like a before after from that realtor pic? Like, what does that look like today? Is that grass and loam and
it's
lawn right now?
grass. Yeah.
It's a nice lawn. I mean, that's sort of the concern, right? Is, I mean, we kind of talked about this last time too. I mean, you know, I don't want, but you've turned it into lawn, and it's presumably been, you know, loamed over and fertilized and mowed, you know, in literally.
We don't have it sprayed. I will say that I'm scared of spray at the house. So just with the kids and exposure and stuff. So I've never had anything.
Can I ask what are we expecting from Brad? Is he just strictly
He
doing
did
wetlands
delineation for us. And then he kind of came last week, and so I haven't heard anything further. It was kind of with the holidays and stuff, trying to get him out here and find a day was kind of difficult.
Seeing
yeah,
the
I'm still
condition
waiting to hear
of
back.
what it was before, like, is there a possibility to let it rewild a little bit? Like, I know there's like, I'm just trying to be thoughtful of expense and stuff like that, and I'm sure Brad's not cheap, you know, I think that's one commissioner's opinion. Like, it feels like it was out of state, and what if we let it go wild back a little bit? I don't know if there's any substantive evidence I've seen that we could have an accounting of the trees and stuff like that, and what the homeowner has or previous homeowners had done in that space to be certain about what the historical record looks like. I just went back through Near Map 2 and I don't know what to make of it.
Well, it looks like most of the work was done in July, just before July of 23.
Oh no, like with tree counts though, like I didn't know what make heads or tail of tree counts.
Yeah.
I think we wait for Brad to come back with his kind of assessment. We get some idea from him. We've gone through this with Brad on a larger scale at on Beechwood, where there was more trees to account for, and just to give some, you know, and not a extremely detailed necessarily like planting plan, but just more like a delineation line. I think we need to kind of get a sense of where we want. I just don't want to see the rewilding would be fine. I think we need to add some, we need to do a little bit more than that. And then I think I just like the manicured lawn, I think there needs to be some limit to that, just because if you let that, I think if we just kind of let it go at that, then it's not quite where we want to go with this. I don't think and then there's the wetlands piece. So I think get his input on what he found for the soils and the wetlands line, restore whatever wetlands there were, and then kind of look at the 50 from there and give that 50 back. And if that requires some planting of shrubs. It doesn't look like there was any significant tree removal. So I think it just needs to be like shrubby, woody stuff, in the 50, and then, something on that order would be.
Yeah, I think the priority here, I mean, definitely will be the BVW. So that for sure needs to get restored. And then, you know, the rest, I think, you know, like some commissioners have said, it sounds like we do want to see a basis of what Brad will give us. And then, you know, that there was some tree removal, but we can't obviously get a count. But yeah, I think where this BVW has been flagged, as Brad has shown on the site, that's definitely going to need to get restored as BVW. And then the rest of it, I think I think that's more up to you guys.
And it's really unfortunate that our realtors are, don't reveal what they need to reveal. I mean, they should have stated here that you're up against a river and there are these conservation issues that you need to be concerned about.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you've never encountered this in your previous properties or whatever, it can come as a real bucket of cold water in the face.
Yeah, it's our first home, so we're learning, but I'm spreading the word.
Yeah.
Good.
I can empathize. I've been in your position before.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that, so, you know, for the sake of just sort of moving this along, you know, I think Chris, you know, said it well. You want to just see what Brad turns around as far as further delineation, you know, and then we can kind of measure from there, and then, you know, have a discussion with the commission as to how we'd like to, you know, see it go forward. I mean, like he said, it doesn't look like there's a lot of actual trees that came out. So, you know, that fortunately there's not going to be a lot of, you know, work and replanting a lot of trees, but, you know, there's got to be some effort to, you know, not just have natural lawn in the wetlands, you know.
I agree, yeah.
On the other hand,
that's always been what we wanted, to put trees and stuff, so any
Yeah.
guidance.
The benefit of putting trees there is it's going to keep the invasives down if you can get a canopy established.
Yeah.
So it's actually important to put in those trees
Yeah.
if you can. Because once you get a canopy there, then it's harder for a lot of the invasives to move in. This might be a situation too where we really consider how this could be restored, and with some careful use of both the plants that are chosen, not just randomly off our list, but maybe Brad can make some suggestions about what's on our list that could prevent invasives from coming in. And maybe allow for any of them that are new sprouts to be cut before they get out of hand.
Well, if you look at it now, it's manicured lawn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you start getting bittersweet and stuff in here, which will happen as soon as you stop mowing this, within next spring, there'll be bittersweet popping up everywhere on that lawn, because there's probably bittersweet all through this area.
And that's why just rewilding, I don't think is the move. You got to put some native plants back in that 50 to kind of establish a basis for that.
And also be able to use a pair of hand clippers to take out those sprouts of the invasive species.
And I think you might find like some of our natives can be very complementary to kids. And so like you could put like high bush blueberries, things like that. That could be, they're all on our native list.
That's great. I haven't looked at it and touch base with Brad.
So
I'll reach out again tomorrow.
So do you think February 6th is a good date to revisit this?
For me, myself?
Yeah, or
I can make it work, yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry, sorry, Mr. Chair. I was just gonna say in the meantime, Caitlin, we can touch base offline. I would like to go to the site, preferably with either just you or you and Brad, whatever you're comfortable with. And we can maybe discuss how we want to draft this. And you know, we can, you know, Brad definitely, like as you've heard, he's worked with us on stuff. So we're, you know, probably gonna reference some other plans. You know, maybe even look at other towns for riverfront restoration potentially. But with BVW, I think we kind of know the plan there to restore that. And we'll deal with, you know, creating a portion of restoring the lawn to a certain degree, closer to the river probably to start, and then we'll see what the commission says. And then for now, question to commissioners. You know, obviously, you know, Ms. Campbell's really happy, you know, to continue working with us. So for the moment, I'm okay with leaving it as a show cause if you guys are, but once a plan has been approved, I would definitely recommend the issuance of the enforcement order because it's the alternative, obviously, to not having her submit an after the fact NOI that would take really long to approve. And, you know, so an enforcement order, you know, it will cover that. And we've done that for the other projects. But for now, I'm fine keeping it as a show cause if you guys are comfortable, because, you know, obviously we're working on a plan. So I don't think we need any other enforcement, you know, letter or anything like that up until we can approve the plan and get the work started.
I don't know.
Yeah, let's just leave the show cause. Oh, sorry, Tom.
I don't know how the rest of you feel, but within the 50-foot buffer,
Yeah.
since it's already cleared, a meadow might be appropriate here. Kind of serve, it could serve the purpose of putting in native plants, but lots of pollinators, and also at least create a space where kids can get out and play.
That's sort of that's what I really want to preserve too, is I don't want to take away the use of your property from your kids now that it's in the state that it's in, but I also don't want to forego what our responsibility is. So that's the type, that's the line that we're walking, and appreciate Commissioner Bell's experience and input on that, because that's kind of the way I feel too. So Charlotte, do you want to work with Brad? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, no, I was going to say, that's where I sort of think about rewilding, like, you know, it looked like it could become a meadow again or something like that. So that would be a great idea.
So do you want to keep that in mind when you work with Brad and go?
Yeah, we can like look at the possibility of some sort of either wet meadow type of wetland and or buffer to the wetland in riverfront, and just see what Brad thinks in terms of design and restoration and go from there. And yeah. But yeah,
let's
we'll table the tree stuff. I think it depends. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, let's just leave the show cause open at least till February 6th then, and you know, eventually, just to make this easier, instead of requiring an after the fact NOI, we turn it into enforcement. We issue the enforcement order. That's fine, but
yeah,
I think we have a month now that we can, you know, or almost a month.
Okay.
And you know, if it's not resolved, I mean, if we don't have a full satisfactory plan on the 6th, that's not the end of the world either. I know you're working diligently on resolving it, and I think the rest.
Yeah.
So let's just revisit this on the 6th and see what we have then.
Okay. All right. That sounds good. Caitlin, does that sound okay to you?
Yes. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate it.
Awesome. All righty. So we will continue to February 6th, and I'll touch base with you and Brad, and we'll start planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. This is continued to the 6th.
Thank you, Caitlin.
Thanks.
All right.
All right. Well, anybody who's been waiting around, we're not hearing the certificate of compliance for 87 and 124 Elm Street. That will be continued to January 23rd. I hope no one's been sitting around waiting for that.
Nope. Just Will.
Okay. Great. I maybe should have said that earlier on. Next, you know, we have agent updates. I think that's, you know, obviously the hearing continues to be public. I don't know who else is there anyone else still on that? It's just us.
And Will.
And Will. Yep.
Yep.
Hey, Will. Yep.
Hey, what's happening?
Charlotte, so I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, Will has started working under his amended permit. Unfortunately, it seemed like, with the staked out limit of work and the erosion control barriers in place, we did find out that, a little bit of confusion with the NOI application, that more than 7 trees in the 50-foot buffer were getting taken out. Will had specified 7 trees to be taken out for the commercial garden and greenhouse area. But he had said 12-inch caliper or greater. There's just a little bit of confusion there because that's in the stormwater regs. We don't have a caliper size requirement in our wetland regs. So Will has provided a markup of the photos and, showing and labeling the trees in the limit of work that we saw on the plans. He's done a count of the tree stumps that are in the area. And, as part of the amended order of conditions, we did have a condition, obviously, to, figure out a restoration mitigation plan. We didn't agree on, obviously, like a total number of trees per se. At the time of the hearing, we, said this could be discussed and figured out and looked at. But since, given the light that the, more trees were taken out than originally shown on the plans, Will and Valerio and I said that it might be best to come back to Concom to kind of openly discuss this first, get the commission's 2 cents, and, just figure out a plan for the restoration plan that was required in the amended order. And Will, do you want me to pull up the photos, or do you have anything else? Or
no, the only thing I wanted to say was that not all of them were in the 50-foot buffer. Some of them were at the 50 to 100. Yeah.
Okay.
That was the only thing.
Okay. Yeah. So do you want to walk us through the stuff that you just sent?
Yeah, pretty much what you just said. Merrill had put on the plans everything over 12 inches. Like you said, that's in the stormwater bylaw, not the wetlands. So I counted these up. Red is the ones that match the plans, over 12 inches. Blue, or I think it's blue, right? Below 12 inches. Yeah. And then there were 2, if you scroll to the next page.
Yep.
That were
So
already,
1, 2, 3,
that had already
4.
fallen down.
Yeah.
And then there's a 3rd page that shows the last couple. These are the ones that were outside the 50, but in the 100.
This one. Yeah. These 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then these last 2 pages you're just showing for a reference?
Yeah, that was before.
Oh, that was before. Got it. Got it. So yeah, this is what the site looked like before. With the original erosion control barrier, limit of work, and then going back to the first couple pages here. This black barrier that you see is the limit of work for the garden. So the, as well mentioned, the red trees were what was shown on the plan, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees were not shown on the plan because they were smaller than 12 inches.
And like you said, I think we didn't specify anything numerically or area wise in the mitigation. So our thought was do the same thing. Just you and I work out what it is. It's just everybody knows that it's 12 total trees or whatever it is. I think it's 12, right? Instead of 7.
But yes, correct. So instead of 7 trees that were removed, 12 were removed.
Well, I'm sorry, I might have missed it. I'm sorry. Is there a mitigation plan? This shows what happened, and that's great to have that detail. Is there
No, the condition said to work out a mitigation plan with Charlotte.
Yep. Yeah, it was the applicant shall work with the agent to draft and finalize a planting plan composed of native trees and or shrubs and perennials selected from the commission's approved planting list somewhere within the buffer zones on the property. Because I know we had gone back and forth during the hearing about planting somewhere offsite and tree bank stuff, and I think we all agreed that there were spots on Will's property to put stuff back in the buffer zones.
Yeah, the Wampatuck parking lot was what we talked about. So that's what we're leaning towards.
But then it came to our attention that there was either confusion on our part or that we thought there were only 7 trees coming out, but then there were 12 coming out. At least I think there's some saplings there towards the right side, which may or may not be included in this, but that and so more were going to come out, and it came to our attention before they did come out. And so I don't know if we're still relying on the same conditions from the existing plan or from the existing approval.
What would you change in the conditions? First, it's already voted and approved and recorded, but regardless of that, what would you change when there's no number in there?
There was a number in there.
There was not. It said work with Charlotte,
7.
figure it out.
No, the number, but you said that only 7 trees were coming out, right?
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, Valera, there was no number for the replacement plantings.
And our narrative specifically says 7 trees over 12 inches.
But then, okay, I mean, we already went through this. I'm not trying to be adversarial.
I'm having a tough time following, like, what are we deciding here? Like net replacement, or is there a proposal? Like,
I think we just wanted to get the commission's 2 cents on, you know, what would need to be on the restoration plan, given the, you know, the difference in the tree totals. And, you know, I'm happy to work with Will, but we did want to make sure the commission was aware of this, you know, and moving forward, you know, if you guys have suggestions on how to, you know, formulate the mitigation plan, we can take that into consideration, obviously, when it's being finalized. So just
How many are within the 50?
What's up?
Or how many are within the 50?
So this one's in the 100.
oh, wait, just to be very specific, how many in the 50 and how many in the 100 under 12? Is it 12-inch caliper or 12-inch?
Under 12 inches, yeah.
Like, yeah, it doesn't, just out of the total trees, let's just say we're going to only have 12 trees counted that came out. How many of those trees are within the 50? Is that what you're
I
asking?
can pull up the plans, Will. I don't know.
No,
if
no, I'm just trying to I think the 7 was already in play. Like, I'm just trying to figure out under, you know, outside the 7, we're really debating about the trees under 12 inches. Like, I'm just trying to get the net and just figure out what we want to land here. And I've got to say, like, this is, I want to say something. Like, this is fantastic annotation. Like, this is, God, we would save so much time if people actually set, like, even the professionals that we see in front of us. I mean, otherwise, I have no idea what the net is on some of this stuff. But so thank you, Will.
Yeah, no problem. Out of the 5 that are under 12 inches, I think that 2 of them are in the 50, which is the rightmost one here and the one on the next page.
Yeah, hold on. Sorry, I was pulling up the plans while you guys were talking. So I'm trying to look at the plans in relation to your photos here.
Let's just say it's 2. Like, so that's 2.
I think 2 is fair, because I think these far 2 on the left-hand side of the photo definitely appear to be in the 100. This third one, it's a tough call to see. And then on the next page, this one is in the 50 for sure. And this one is the 100. So I think it's 2 trees in the 50 and 3 additional trees in the 100.
Like, so if we
From the 7, so the 5 additional trees taken out.
So like we do 2 for 1 in the 50, so we would take 4 plus 1 for 1 in the 100. We're at 7. Is that what we're talking about?
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, so for the 2 in the 50, we want 4, and then the 3 in the 100, you want 3.
Yeah, 1 for 1 in the 100, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that what they do? 1 for 1 in the 100. So that's 7. I think my math's right.
7 for the 5, yeah.
Yeah.
5. And so, and then the question is, like, it sounds like you may not be able to fit them all on Will's property, but maybe we could put them in I heard something about the Wampatuck.
Oh, like we're gonna go. So hold on, I can pull up. Let me pull up the plans instead.
Our property goes down. The Wampatuck parking lot is an easement over our property.
Oh, okay.
That's not on the plans, unfortunately. Never mind.
No, they didn't bother surveying down there. But it shows on like Mass Mapper.
Okay. Let me pull up Mass Mapper.
Or Near Mapper. You can.
Yeah.
Map.
If they have property lines, yeah. It should be on
Yeah, all you have to do is put in Will's address and it'll draw the property
Yep.
lines.
Yeah, I didn't make a page in Near Map for this, but I will do it right now. Okay, there we go. No.
While you're pulling that up, I just want to.
So this area
Oh, hang
looks
on.
like this area, Will,
Yeah, it's just slow for me. Yes, down there, that little,
the strip thingy.
exactly.
This is all yours. 125. This whole thing.
No, it's a 4-house HOA. So,
Got
so
it.
there's
I was gonna
various
say.
there's various easements over.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay.
So
I think one of the things we talked about was there was a lack of clarity in, like you said, Charlotte, it doesn't say in the wetland regulation anywhere what size tree. So are you supposed to identify every single sapling and does that
Right.
get replaced at the same rate as a
Yeah, and you
30-inch
saw we were
tree?
talking about that tonight with other projects. I mean, we don't have like a strict like table or something, or
I think that cuts both ways. Like, I think this is a really great effort to address what is a bit of a gray area in our regulations too. So if we're at 7, is that where we're trying to land here?
Well, so we hadn't identified any number before. It was work with Charlotte to replant somewhere on the property.
I think we should talk it through now, just because obviously, well, this is kind of an uncomfortable situation for Charlotte, so we should probably get a sense at this point. That may have been the case initially, and I wasn't part of the initial hearing, so I've been kind of quiet, but I think it's very important on this, especially that we maintain consistency with what we would do in other situations.
That's my concern. I don't remember when the initial hearing.
Yeah,
happened.
the other thing, just
Yep,
if
fine.
we're maintaining consistency, is this is also submitted as a limited project, so it's different than a lot of the projects that the commission sees. I know our regulations say that, you don't treat limited projects any differently, but the
Right,
state
yeah.
regulations do.
Mm-hmm. I know that's always the awkward thing of like the state has all these regs, but our bylaws are like, but we don't care. So I mean,
Which
it's-
I mean, the lawyers here know that the locality can't trump the state, right? Anyway, just keep that in mind when we're
Well,
talking about
I'm not sure
limited
that's
projects.
right, actually. We can be more restrictive. We can't be
Well,
more restrictive.
once this portion of Will's property is like once the gardens are in and established, that specific area on Will's property would be subject to the agricultural exemptions and standards in the Wetlands Protection Act, but the rest of his property would be subject to the regular standards under the Wetlands Protection Act and our bylaw. So our bylaw can't, as far as I'm aware, our bylaw, once this area is constructed, cannot supersede the agricultural exemptions. There's actually a whole set of guidelines about that for local regs and bylaws with agricultural stuff. But as far as the rest of Will's property in the buffer zones and every, whatever, that's still very much subject to, everything. But since obviously Will had submitted an amended request to construct this as part of a limited project, this portion of his property is not yet, fully established under those sets of regulations until it's all constructed and it's actually being utilized for commercial sale.
But
So that's
a limited project is different than the agricultural exemption.
no, I know. I'm saying
Yeah,
you
yeah.
submitted
Okay.
it as a limited project,
Yeah.
but yeah. I was just trying to say the differentiation of like, when you submitted versus when the project will be done.
Right. Got it.
Yeah. But anyway, so I guess any guidance or input from the commission on like how to finalize this plan, I think would be helpful to me and to Will, just given what we've seen and what we saw from the amended and what we'd want to see moving forward. We'd already discussed this area here to put trees and stuff in here and shrubs and whatever in here. Because the back of this area has well-established trees and it might be difficult to get some new stuff in there. So that's why we were looking down here.
When was this originally approved?
November. Will, you had submitted in mid-October, so it probably would have been our early November meeting.
The original or the amended?
The amended was
Yeah, the amended we got approved in November of 24. The original was November of 21.
correct, because you had come for a 3-year extension on top of the amended submission.
That's right.
Which, by the way, I can talk about this offline, but you now have an additional 2 years, thanks to the economic development bill. So.
Oh, so I have 5? Is that?
Yeah, now you have more. So I think if you had never submitted the extension, you would have been fine, but the economic development bill passed just after you submitted the extension. So I didn't know about it until after we got approval for your permit, but just saying you have now an additional 2 years.
Got it.
I'm sorry, I was looking up when the order was issued. 11/21, so I think it was the early November meeting, whatever that date was, probably the 6th, I think.
I mean, I think the consistency issue is kind of like, for me, what, you know, I mean, I think 12 trees were taken out within the 100. I think, you know, being consistent with what we would do with anybody else, we would see how many of those 12 were within the 50. Take that, and then Will, I mean, I looked at it, and you have some pictures of it. I mean, there's some little saplings which we're not even including in this number 12 right now. Just for consistency's sake, you know, 12 were taken out. If we were going to do it strictly consistent, 12 were taken out within the 100. We'd see how many of those 12 were in the 50, multiply that number by 2, and take the other number, take the remainder, and do that 1 for 1, and you guys figure out where they're going to go. That would be, you know.
I understand the argument for consistency, but like I told you when you were here, I think that my project differs from somebody that's putting lawn or a swimming pool back, which necessitates doubling the restoration that you're doing. Whereas what we're putting there maintains the quality of the wetland and the buffer.
Like little covered gardens, right?
I don't know what you mean by covered, but it is a garden.
Oh, there's a greenhouse, Florio. So it's a greenhouse and then the garden beds.
The greenhouse is to get stuff started in the winter, and the garden beds where we grow the flowers.
They're not in the greenhouse year round.
No. That's just to start stuff in the winter so that you can grow more of the year.
That's not. I don't think. With all due respect, well, that's not what we're here to debate, of whether or not a garden is the same thing as an untouched, unmolested buffer zone. I don't think that's not something we've ever said. So that's.
But the wetland regulation says that the 2-to-1 mitigation is to mitigate effects on the wetlands, whereas what I am putting in does not have the same effect on the wetland as a lawn does.
Do you have a counter then? Like, is it like if it's not 2-to-1 in the 50, like what do you think your net would be?
I mean, I think what we had talked about before was 1-to-1 in the 50, but.
And so then we're talking about 10 versus 12, if I'm following the math?
It'll be 12 total trees, basically, because of it's not 1-to-1 in the 100. It's none out of the 50.
So it would be 8. There are 8 in the 50. There are 4 between the 50 and 100.
So 1-to-1, 12, as opposed to 14-to-1 or 16-to-1, or like 16-to-12 would be 2 for 1 in the buffer.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly.
So you're saying net 12. We're saying net 16.
No, I mean, if we were to be consistent, it would be 20 total, right? It's 12 trees, 8 within the 50, so that's 16, and 4 outside, so that would be 4 more, so that's 20 trees.
Yeah,
total.
but we historically as a commission have not mitigated the 50 to 100 at any rate.
Oh, I thought we did 1-to-1.
No.
I don't think we have that came up earlier, right? We didn't have anything for the
Well, we
50
don't have
days.
anything specifically listed in the regs. I mean, before I was here, I don't know what this commission did in terms of replacement, so I can't speak to before late 2021. But I do know that obviously with every project, like you guys heard, Eric and Chris and, and Jay, they wanted to know like, how many trees you were cutting and what you're putting back. And like, I don't know if they went with a specific equation before I started, but we did start to form this general pattern at some point after I started. But before then, I don't know. But we have definitely always looked at trees in the buffer zone, regardless of size. We've never defined a size, but we've definitely cared about what's happening in the 100 and the 50. And then, with mitigation, it's definitely evolved over the years.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it tonight more than once, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what I said. I think we hit this gray area earlier tonight. I mean, is there, like, when you think about your garden and what you're building,
Yeah.
Obviously it's not a pool, it's not a manicured lawn. Is there anything we could hang our hat on, like how we could justify why it wouldn't be 2 for 1 for the ones in the 50?
Yeah, so the first part is that it is completely open to the ground. So there's soil or stone throughout this whole area that promotes the filtration of the water before it gets to the wetland. Also, the nutrient uptake of growing successive rounds of flowers multiple times throughout the year is better for the soil than any grass is. And it's similar to what a tree would be. A tree is there taking things out of the soil year round. If you're growing new flowers multiple times throughout the year, it's the same thing.
Can I float an idea? Like, I feel like this is, for me personally, this is similar to the debate we had a little bit with Turkey Hill, and like we had a bunch of really well-meaning, like, folks who are committed to the preservation of the land, who are looking to do something to create an environment that was I think a net positive in the grand scheme of things. But obviously it was, using a herbicide in a wetland, like it was a hard one for us. Like, this feels like similar to me, as just speaking for myself, the similar trade here. Like, we're not talking about a pool, we're not talking about a patio, we're talking about a garden and something that will continue to reap benefits to the environment. At the same point, because of that, is there a recognition that this is different, and maybe even something we can monitor and think about if someone else comes back and says they want to build a garden in a buffer zone, and what our perspective might be. Not that we're setting precedent, we never do, but I think this feels a little bit for me like what we went through with Turkey Hill.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, Charlotte just mentioned this being considered, something that'll be an agricultural situation, whereas Turkey Hill was a concentrated ecological, like, effort to create meadow, versus woody is just like a change, whereas the purpose of this is commercial and agricultural. So I don't think we want to set that precedent of saying that a situation like this is equal to wetlands. I just don't think that's a good precedent, especially given the situation that we're dealing with.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought of it that way.
Well, I mean, we just had Mr. Lanuto, right, who's super frustrated with us. He's probably not the one who cut down those trees. He's not putting in a pool or lawn there.
That was both hearsay, by the way. They were.
Well, he may or may not be, but either way, we're making him do 2 to 1, right? There's no pool or lawn there, right? And we're making him do 2 to 1.
That's an enforcement order.
What's
an
that?
enforcement order. That's a penalizing enforcement order for somebody that cut down something without a permit. Like, why would anybody?
We were standing there together, and I, as the chair of the commission who issued that, who was the commission that issued your your approval, and there was, whether it was our fault that it was that we were misunderstood what the 12-inch meant, but the idea was that total 7 trees were cut down. We sat there and we talked about it, and I was like, hey, Will, why don't you wait before you cut all these trees down and come and talk to the commission about it? And you chose not to do that. And I mean, I'm not trying to be a hard ass here, but like, I mean, it's this whole thing is being treated preferentially in the first place by the way we're even conducting this conversation, you know? And so
I think it's being treated in the opposite way because of my previous position on the commission, that you guys are being even more hard on me. Because think about this, if an enforcement order is treated a 2-to-1 mitigation, what incentive does anybody have to come to file a permit if you're going to do 2-to-1 mitigation anyway? Just cut it all down, get the enforcement, and do 2-to-1.
I don't think we've actually used the 2-to-1 rule as necessarily as a punishment.
Oh, that's what was referenced on the one earlier tonight.
Well, we've kind of done all the above in the 50-foot buffer. So like, I think in the future, it'd be really nice for violations to have a higher replacement count. But I think one of the things to consider too is a lot of these people that we've brought forth for violations, this is the first time that, you know, I've been keeping a tracker, as you guys know. I mean, these people, a lot of them are first timers. And so obviously, I think the consequences would be far different for regardless of whether they got a permit or not, if an entity was repeatedly not doing what they were told not, you know what I mean? Like, I think it would be different if someone was like a repeat offender versus someone who is a first timer, you know? So that's why I think we've used the 2-to-1 maybe as a starting point. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. I'm just trying to interpret what we've done.
We've been using 2-to-1 as long as I've been on the commission.
Okay. I can't speak for before 2021 or late 2021, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is not a new thing that started just a few years ago. I mean, this is the way it was when I came on the commission. Now it's been what, 6 years, because I was, let me think. Yeah, I had a five-year appointment, right? And I was 6 months as an associate, so now it's been, it's almost 7 years.
Well, going back to like what we were kind of working through, you know, we were talking about 2-to-1 or 1-to-1, and then, you know, I think Will had offered, like if we were just doing 1-to-1 for either all the trees or just the ones in the 50, I think that was 8, 10?
8 in the 50 total.
8 total in the 50, or for the trees that were taken down in the 50?
Yeah, 8 were taken down in the 50, 4 between the 50 and 100.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I'm losing track of numbers.
Me too.
They're all above 12, right?
No, above 12, the numbers are 6 and 1. Total.
Like, I think that's where we're stuck. I mean, look, I'm just one commissioner on this, but like, we can be dogmatic about counting everything or counting nothing, but we're our own worst enemy on under 12. Like, you know, like we don't have like precedent there. So like, you know, I think we have to meet Will halfway, like as much as, you know, we should be appropriately considering if we're giving him any preferential treatment. But at the same point, I think we're on loose standing here for the things under 12.
No, Sanjay, it's the stormwater bylaw which specifies the 12, and this is not a stormwater issue, right? So this is within the buffer zone of the wetlands, which does not specify 12. So we're not really on uncertain ground as to whether 12 inches is a number that is relevant here. It's not.
And additionally, the same argument that I made in the first hearing was that any different treatment for this project is because it's both a limited project and not harmful to the wetland. It included taking back lawn and including it into this new growing area. And the only reason it's over there Like I did the shadow study. This is the only place on my entire property where we get enough sun to grow these flowers.
I just wish you had waited until we could all have talked about
Why,
it.
why,
Now it's
why
already
though?
into
Because
that, you know? Like,
I have to cut them down to grow them this year. I have a permit. Were you going to tell me to not cut them down in this meeting? That's what I don't understand. But if it's about the mitigation, that doesn't affect anything to what I cut down. And I need it cut down so that I can start the business this year.
I mean, I think we should put in 16 trees in mitigation. It's eight trees cut down in the 50. It's actually more. I mean, so we call some of them saplings and we're ignoring them. That's fine. We're not doing anything for the 4 that are out of the 50. You know, I just don't want to having somebody come and say, look, you have a former commit or someone who's
how are you gonna do that? And I think that's ludicrous also.
Wait a minute, what's ludicrous?
To plant 16 for 8. When the whole discussion, when the permit was approved, was 1-for-1, work with Charlotte.
You understand, Will, you understand our problem here.
I don't. I think I'm being treated.
Our problem was just stated by Valerio that we're concerned that this could be identified as some sort of favorable treatment. So we have to be on really solid ground here. That's you know, I mean, we're dancing around this issue. We're talking about numbers of trees and stuff. What's really here at issue is are you going to get special treatment or not? And we have to be careful that you don't. Well, look, we're all rooting for you here for your business to go. We just need to find a way here to make it. We can't create even the appearance of impropriety.
It just totally undermines what, you know. I mean, if Mr. Lanuto was listening to this conversation,
I hear what you're saying.
He'd blow
I
a
hear everything
gas.
that all you guys are saying, and I think I've made a very good case with a limited project and not affecting the wetlands because of what we're putting there. But if you don't think that's the case, then it's up to the commission.
Let me ask you this: is it a hardship to put in? How many trees are you proposing to put in, and what are we talking about? What's the difference here? 4 trees?
I said 8.
Is it 6 trees? You said 8, and okay, so
We're at 16. I think.
so we're at 16. So
But that's, and Tom, but that's still ignoring the other 4 trees that are in the 100. There's still between the 50 and the 100. There's still 4 more, which I just don't. I mean, you know, I haven't been on, but I mean, like, I feel like another project. If somebody cut down 4 solid trees that, you know, that were, you know, 70 feet away from the wetland, we'd make them put back at least 4 trees.
I just don't think that's the case, and it has ever been the case from the 50 to 100.
I mean, before we can we go back to the agricultural aspect of this? Like, I think Chris, you brought up a big point. Like, if someone clear cut a bunch of stuff for agricultural reasons, we would be like, that's not good. Like, is there any like evidence, Will, that you could point to that creating the garden that you're creating is net positive for a wetland? Like that would be the type of justification. I'm speaking for myself only. Like, at least you could hang your hat on and say, like, hey, this is net positive for the wetland, like versus like rows of corn or something like that, and soy or something like. And Chris, I'm bastardizing your point because I'm not an expert here, but I get your point. Like, you know, it's an agricultural use, and we open up another avenue that I hadn't even thought about when I proposed my initial thing. Like, this is beneficial, but I don't know if it's beneficial. Like, I don't, like, you're telling me it's beneficial, but I don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, you mean like a report by a wetland scientist or something?
I think so. Like to say like whatever crop you're growing here, sounds like flowers, like it's like this is going to be a net positive to the wetland. Like that, I think, is a differentiating factor potentially for me. but I have nothing to hang, like, you know, to Tom's point, if someone could question me on it, I'd be like, well, Will said it was good, you know, like.
Yeah. I can see what I can get, yeah.
Yeah, and I think
How can we find a number that we can all agree on?
That's
Really.
what I'm looking for.
That's really what this is all about. How do we find a number here that we can all agree on and we can walk away and pass the red face test here. If somebody comes and says, how did one of your commissioners put in a garden? I want to put a vegetable garden in my backyard and it's near a wetland. What do we say then?
But that is the difference, because this is an commercial agricultural project, limited project. You can't just do this for a hobby garden. It has to be commercial enterprise.
Okay, so there is a legal basis for this.
Yes.
Okay, well that's good. That's what I understood it to be when we first heard the case. I mean, it was new territory for me. I'd never heard of this before, but once I heard it, I thought, great. This is we're granting something that is perfectly legitimate.
Yes. The limited project, it has to be a commercial agricultural enterprise.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm glad to hear that somebody just can't say, well, Will Ashton got his deal here. Why can't I do my vegetable garden? So that's reassuring to me that we're not actually setting necessarily a bad precedent.
Well, I mean, this was brought up earlier. That's not consistent necessarily with their bylaw. That's the state law, correct, Charlotte?
Sorry, the question was for agricultural stuff.
The limited project.
Yeah, limited project is it's a whole slew of performance standards and projects listed in the Wetlands Protection Act.
It supersedes us, I think.
Well, yeah, yes and no, but agricultural properties specifically that are already being utilized for commercial sale, those properties are normally exempt from local bylaws, with the exception of a few things here and there. And I admit I'm not an expert. I'd been looking it up for Holly Hill Farm and I just forgot to read the whole thing. Sorry, I didn't have time to read the whole thing actually. But since Will obviously didn't have that to start with, to create this, he listed it and filed it through an amended NOI as a limited project, because that is listed as a limited project type in the Wetlands Protection Act. Will, correct?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yep, that's how I understood the application. I just want to make sure.
And there's standards like you can't change the grading, and like Charlotte and I went through some of those.
So how about this? 1.5 to 1 in the 50, and either 1 to 1 or 0.5 to 1 in the 100. So like no?
The 50 to 100, that there's no basis for that we've ever done that ever. You guys, I'm not there anymore, but I don't think that's fair at all. Also, just realistically, I don't know where I'd find space to plant that many trees. There's so many trees on my property already.
Okay, I'll 1.5 to 1 from the trees in the 50-foot buffer, given the strict regulations with our, variance and all that good stuff. And keeping in mind that obviously you had a limited project filed for future commercial agricultural use. So instead of 2 to 1, 1.5 to 1 for the trees in the 50, and then 1 to 1 for the trees in the 100, but replace them with woody shrubs. I'm just trying to think of a solution here to make everyone.
We literally just said on this hearing tonight, on this call, that
I think
like that wasn't something we were gonna do. So that's like,
if I could ask a question, like, well, like, I don't think maybe the horse trading is what, and I love a good horse trade, don't get me wrong, is what we're going for here. But I think what I'm hearing from you is like, you want a recognition that what you're doing is different than other things that we normally.
100%. Yes.
And so let's start there.
I agree, it is different.
It is different. Yeah, so it is different. But I think, Will, like maybe we can't close it tonight, but I think there's a missing fact base for us to like, this I go back to my like whole evidence thing, like like if we can clearly document why this is different, not just simply Will says it's
Yes.
different. I think that might be helpful. And then I think we have a fact base to justify whatever decision we ultimately land on for number of trees. And that might be an important evolution in our conservation committee. Should someone in the future ever come by with a limited project similar to yours.
I love that, because you're right. You're 100% right. That is, for me, the distinction. And having been on the commission, knowing, well, I think I know, and I'll make sure that I give you guys the evidence that what I'm doing is an improvement over what is there now.
And that's the part that honestly I'm having trouble getting my head around. The idea that cutting down the native non-invasive trees that are on your property and putting in a commercial garden is an improvement to the wetlands. I just have real trouble getting there. And then also, the limited project stuff that might be in the state law, I just don't know if that impacts or gives us really the ammunition we have to justify not do. I mean, if Mr. Lanuno was watching this conversation, the top of his head would blow off, right? He was pissed as it was, right? And he didn't, whether he cut him down or not, he didn't put in a pool or a lawn, right? It's just, and so, like, I gotta say, like, I'm having trouble getting to there.
I think you're fair in your concern, but like Sal also wasn't putting in a garden with filtration and the things that Will described, like Sal was like trying to get back to normal. Like, so I think the question, and I think it's a fair one for us, is this materially different than things we've seen? I think that's at the heart of what we've been going around for a little while. And I don't know if it is materially different, but I also don't have any evidence to say that it's not materially different at this moment in time.
Yep. And I can put together a summary both of the legal aspects of limited projects and ecological aspects.
Kind of do that in your NOI. Like, is there anything that we might be able to provide additionally?
Well, so maybe since I submitted so much documentation, just taking out the part that's important to what we're talking about now, the limited project plus the ecological aspect of recurring annual flowerings every year.
Yeah, I guess I'm like, because again, you had submitted an NOI with some of this information, I think, and maybe we just need to see more about that. I mean, I know we already gave you the permit, but just to ease our concerns so that we can get to a number that we can all agree on, that's fine. I think if commissioners are on board with that. But I guess
I don't know the space at all, but like if there's a paper or something like that from
I mean, that's kind of what I was getting at. Like, I don't know if there's like articles or research on like, what these projects have kind of looked like and how commissioners have approved them. And I know every town has different local bylaws, so we can't reference what another town necessarily did, but in terms of, I guess, how they were evaluated and like, obviously Will was, to the best of my ability, he was going through the performance standards for that type of limited project with this design. But if there's anything else that we can really look at from a research perspective, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we can't really compare apples and oranges with other towns.
I wouldn't try to make it a Concom like precedent, but like, is there a paper from University of Iowa or Missouri, like, Nebraska, like that describes this type of land use in a wetland that at least we can all critically review? At least for me, that's my sort of thinking.
So I want to be specific, in a buffer zone.
In a buffer
not
zone.
in Nebraska though.
Maybe not Nebraska, yeah. But University of Nebraska is, I think, a leading like voicing this or Iowa, like, yeah, like a research institution would be great. I don't know if anyone got a grant to write a paper about it, but
Yeah, I mean,
Guys,
I think that
Charlotte, you know what I
on.
think,
Yeah,
Charlotte, you
go
know what I
ahead,
think we
Charlotte.
should do? I think if it would be helpful just to pull out from the last 2 months how many times we've requested the replacement ratio that we're suggesting here and counter that with whatever Will is going to present to you with his
okay.
limited
So
thing.
balance the
No,
data.
and then we can revisit this and see what makes sense. And if
Or we could even, I think we go back to some of the ones that Will voted on, and see what, how many trees, because I just don't, I gotta believe that, Will, because, you were involved in plenty of decisions that had 2-to-1 within the 50 foot, and even replace trees within the 50 and
I
100.
can look
Because
back
I know
at
that I have-
something. I think you Will should correct me wrong. I think we're missing the point here. Like, I think Will wants to demonstrate that this is a differentiated project.
Yes. Yes. Thank you for saying that.
Like, so we could go back in the record, but we're not going to find anyone doing a limited project for a commercial.
But at the same time, Will's not remembering that we've requested 1-to-1 in the 100 so we demonstrate that that's been our consistent because he feels like we're treating him more harshly than we would anyone else. And so I think we need to demonstrate that we are trying to be consistent. I think everyone, including Will, understands the importance of consistency on this. Balance that against what Will presents and about how this is a different situation because of the beneficial use or whatever he presents. And I gotta say, on top of that, the fact that Valerio and Charlotte were there, and kind of you cut after the fact, I was pretty surprised and frankly kind of disappointed. We had a guy do that on Main Street the other day, and everyone was pissed off about
He
that.
had a recorded order of conditions, or he didn't?
Well, there was obviously Charlotte brought up the fact that there was a misunderstanding on what was on the order of conditions, which is why Valeria went there, right?
Well, no, we wanted to
absolutely.
look at the limit of work. Like, I had gone to the site and, noticed that there were more trees that were coming out within the limit of work that, Will had staked out because he put down the barrier and he was in the process of scheduling tree stuff. And I talked to Will and said, hey, like, there's more trees coming out. And we found out on the call that, like the 12 inches, it's only for the stormwater, it's not for the wetlands. So I said, I think it would make sense to kind of, take a look at it. Will wasn't there at the time when I was at the site. So, we went to the site with Valerio to try and look at it together and figure something out. And at that site visit, we had asked, like, it's probably a good idea to talk about it with the commission. We just want to make sure that no one's getting special treatment, but also still being cognizant to the fact that Will has an amended order of conditions. So we figured this was the best avenue to try and hash this out as best as we can without trying to be harsh, but without trying to give special treatment. This is a very difficult position that we're all being put in. And Will, it sounds like we all want to do the right thing. We just have differences in opinion on, what we're looking at. And, the information that Sanji, had suggested, I think would be helpful for Will to bring back to us just so that we can look at it, because, I don't think we have a full board of commissioners who are all convinced that, we should stray from our MO of the replacement ratios. So I think a little balance of knowledge here would be helpful for me and for Will to finalize a planting plan. Am I kind of summarizing that correctly? Hopefully. I'm trying. It's late. I just want to make everybody happy, but
No,
I want to make sure we're not just brushing this over.
That's a fair summary.
Yeah.
Yeah, I as well.
Okay.
And I think the way Chris sort of laid it out was like, look, we have what we believe. Let's put aside the fact that there's an argument here that you're improving the property from its natural state, which I think is a stretch, but okay, let's put that aside for a second. And so what would that number be?
then you're going to come to us with further information or the existing information, but repackaged in an easier to digest manner, convincing us that the improvement to the property is such that, you know, we're going to deviate from what Will yourself have required from developers. And I think the idea that you had an existing order of conditions is a red herring, because that order of conditions used the number 7 trees. And by any estimation, we've cut down at least 12, and the number's actually higher but the other ones are saplings that we don't see stumps for anymore. So we need to like be convinced that we're not going to do what you yourself have required from developers over the years. And you know, Sanjay says it well. That's the recognition that you're looking for, and if that's what we're doing, great. You know, I don't want to be a bad guy, but I also don't want, you know, Mr. Lanuto coming after me and saying, "Oh, you have a former commissioner 2 hours after, like, you know, you gave me, like, you told me I had to do this. I didn't put in a lawn or a pool."
Yeah.
You know, and so we need to resolve that.
And we document these things.
Yeah.
Each step, and we come to a conclusion and a number at the end. We need to just really make sure we're laying out the steps and the considerations with the evidence or whatever
Yeah, and as Sanjay mentioned, I mean, obviously this is a unique project, and so if Will can give us more of that information to really make everybody feel confident and not like we're cutting corners in any way or giving anyone special treatment, but given the fact that this is a different project from what we're normally used to looking at, if, you know, Will, you know, it sounds like you are open to that, to giving us more information and justification on this type of project and how it's beneficial to the wetlands, and then therefore that can, you know, potentially offset the standard requirements that we would have put in place if you hadn't been doing a project like this. So I mean, I think a little bit of balance of knowledge here.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, like,
Yes.
I think that's really what
Will,
we
how
just,
much?
yeah.
How much time do you? I mean, when do you want to come back? I don't care if it's, you know, what date it is, unless the other commissioners have.
Is there
specific
one in
opinion.
2 weeks? I could probably come back in 2 weeks.
There's the 23rd, yeah. There's February 6th.
Unless you want more time to review. Like if I get it to you in a week, do you want 3 weeks to review it?
Yeah, we definitely want to have at least a week, Will. So do you think, does next week, like submitting something to me by like Thursday next week,
I don't
is that
get
okay, or do you
anything
need more
done on
time?
time. So let's say a month, and I'll get it to you in 2 weeks.
So February 6th?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Do you
fine.
want to? Yeah. Do you want to do the February 6th agenda? Yeah. But whatever you want. I'm not trying to like force you to do it quickly or something. You know?
No, but I think we all want an answer to the question, and there was no time limit under the amended condition, but I think it would be, the sooner we have a plan, the sooner Will can just have what he needs to move forward with the entirety of his project. But at the same point, then the commission gets the answers, we get a plan, and, you know, yeah, like I said, well, you now have an additional 2 years on top of your extension, so you have plenty of time. But I think in the interest of resolving this matter, you know, I think February 6th is fine if it works for everybody, and then Will get it to me. I'll give it to you guys as soon as I get it, so you guys have time to all review it. I'll look into some other projects just so that I can understand more and be more helpful with the discussions. So, yeah.
All right. Cool. We got a plan.
Go team.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you,
All
guys.
right. Thanks, Will. I
guys.
appreciate you sticking
So
around.
Okay.
Good night, Will.
Let me take a look here.
Thanks, guys. All right. So I'm happy to keep all my
next.
updates to the end of next meeting, or the next meeting. But,
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to just do that? Should we hear a motion to adjourn then?
Motion to adjourn.
Any second?
Go Notre Dame.
Second.
Go Notre Dame.
Voice vote. Voice vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. The Conservation Commission hearing for January 9th, 2025 is now closed. Hey, good night, all.
Thanks, guys. Have a
Thank
great
you.
night. Have a
Thank
good
you, Jeff.
weekend. I'll see you on the 23rd.
Okay. Take care, everybody.
Bye.